Dynamite Dick Thompson, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Honored to be here, and really appreciate the opportunity to sit in this chair and in this room, particularly as you're getting ready to transition to the new one. So honored to be here, honored to be a SOG guy on your show. So
honored to sit across from you, and I truly mean that. Came highly recommended from our mutual friend John Stryker-Meyer, and he's told us a lot about you. And this is the last interview in the studio, and I wanted the perfect guest to shut the lights off with, and it is a real honor to be sitting here with you. So thank you for making the time to be here, and I'm really honored to document your story and your history, and it's going to be good. It's going to be a powerful interview. You ready?
Ready. Looking forward to it.
Me too. So every guest starts out with an introduction here. Dynamite Dick Thompson. Last interview in the studio. 21-year retired Army Lieutenant Colonel, Green Beret, Ranger, and MACV-SOG operator who ran over 20 cross-border recon direct impact missions into Laos, Cambodia, and North Vietnam. Awards include 4 Bronze Star medals, 2 with V for Valor, 2 Air Medals for aerial combat, 1 with V for Valor, Vietnamese Cross of Gallantry with Gold Star for Valor. Natural-born tracker, raised on your grandparents' farm, you could smell the NVA in the jungle. Distinguished member of the Airborne Ranger Training Brigade, served as a professor of military science at the University of Georgia, author of SOG Codename Dynamite, a 2-book series about top-secret missions that were once classified for 20 years, a Ph.D. in psychology, founder of High Performing Systems, and author of The Stress Effect, teaching leaders how to make decisions under pressure. Among your hobbies, you're a master scuba diver. You've made over 1,200 free-fall halo parachute jumps, earned a black belt in karate, and you're an Ironman. You're a husband, a father, a grandfather, and most importantly, a Christian.
Thank you.
I'm sure I'm missing something there. But yeah, like I said, it is an honor to be here with you. And so I just want to do a life story with you, document everything you've been through, and hopefully bring a lot of hope to veterans that are coming home from war and that are trying to find their new way in life. So once again, it's an honor.
Thank you. And one of the things that we started doing in our company back in the 90s was we traveled all the time, always going through an airport. So I implemented a policy that said, if you see someone in uniform, or you can tell they're a veteran, standing in the Starbucks line, pay for their coffee, thank them for their service. And then, so everybody had a special credit card, from a company card, to pay for that with. And then a little bit later, we bumped it up some more. And what we started doing is also giving them challenge corn.
Oh, man. Thank you.
That basically says, thank you for your service. We care about you. Welcome home. And, we'll give that out. I've been doing that now for a long time. It's not the big fancy one like, the coin John gave you, but it's one that we could share with a lot of veterans who had never been welcomed home. So, I'm a little biased along that line because, when I came home, people literally spit at me coming through the airport. And, I also talk later on that my biggest challenge in the beginning, coming home from Vietnam, was restraint. Coming through the airport and listening to somebody yell baby killer, murderer, or whatever, but noticing that they were not close like you and I are now. They were back at what they considered a safe distance. And I used to think, they have no clue. I can close the distance between us in less than a second, because I'm not carrying 90 pounds of gear, and I could be real ugly to you when I got there. So I have to restrain myself, know that I could do that, but I don't have to do that. And just a lot of things just based on coming from the Wild West back to a country that has some laws and is civilized. I've got to come back to this world. And one of the things that I try to work with veterans on is understanding the skill set you have and how to use it. Because most veterans think, well, you've taught me all this war stuff and tactics and everything. I don't, I can't use that stuff back in the civilian world. Yes, you can. You know how to plan, make decisions, organize. I mean, you have a whole skill set that can help you be successful. And you got to apply some of the SOG techniques that we'll probably talk about in a little bit to keep moving forward. And you can be successful. So anyway, sorry.
I love that. Thank you. Everybody starts off with a gift.
Thank you.
Vigilance Elite gummy bears, made right here in the USA. It's just candy. There's no marijuana in it, no CBD, just candy. So they're legal in all 50 states.
John Meyer said, there might be something in here. He said he noticed some kind of charge after he ate something.
Yeah.
So I'll put it right there, and if I start to run down after a while, I'll consume a couple of. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that.
Hey, my pleasure. And then one more thing before we get going. So I have a Patreon account, and that's a subscription account. And we've turned that into quite a community. I think we're at 85,000 patrons now. And they're the reason that I get to be here, and that I have this amazing team that I'm surrounded by. And so one of the things that we do is we offer the Patreon community the opportunity to ask each and every guest a question. So this is a question from somebody you might know, John Stryker Meyer. Please explain how you carried 7 claymores, Buku Car-15 rounds, hand grenades, and M79 rounds. I believe you carried it on most missions. Oh, and I forgot your pistol. How did you carry all that?
After the first mission that I went on, where I carried the normal loadout, I used up so much ammunition in the ambush that we went into. This is not going to work. So once I became the team leader, then instead of carrying 5 frag grenades per person, per team member, I upped it to 10. So what that did was, and I usually went out with 6 or 7 people. So if I had 7 men on the team carrying 10 frag grenades apiece, that's 70. With 70 frag grenades, you can do some serious damage. So I also upped the claymore to 3 per person. So some people, like the M79 man, usually didn't carry a claymore because he was carrying so many grenades with him. So, but everybody went to 3. 7-man team, 21 claymores.
Wow. And
then I also started at night on the most likely avenue of approach coming into our remain overnight position. I would put out 7 claymores, daisy chained. 1 click, 7 claymores go off, 10.5 pounds of C4, 4,900 steel balls traveling at 4,000 feet a second. The blast, the steel balls would just shred whatever was out there. And if you were far enough back or happened to be behind a tree and survived, you would say, this guy's crazy. Nobody sets off all of their claymores at one time. So now the survivors, we can go down and get them, and they start to come. That's when they run into 3 more daisy chained, and that goes off. So you catch them by surprise with that.
Wow.
And then they start running into claymores on time fuses that are randomly going off as they're trying to come. And yeah, so in their dossier that they put together on me, it was, this guy's a nut. You don't go charging after his team because he's going to run into all those claymores. And at night, you want those area-type weapons like the claymores and those frag grenades. You can start chunking frag grenades at them. They don't know where they come from.
Yeah.
And they're just going off everywhere.
Man.
And then I like, well, let me say, if you shoot at me, I'm going to shoot back. I really don't like people shooting at me. So I will shoot back. So I found I needed to carry more ammunition. And most guys were carrying, 800 rounds or so, or maybe 700, some 600. I went to 1,000. I carried 50 20-round magazines.
50 20-round magazines.
And in my 20-round magazines, I put 20 rounds because I used brand new magazines every mission. I would draw new magazines, so everybody had new magazines. So they'd only been loaded for 3 or 4 days. So the springs were fine. They were working good. So I never in a firefight had my Car 15 jam. Not from the number of rounds in the magazine. But, so my people had a lot of them. I didn't force them to put 20 if the 18 rule had been ingrained in them. But I encouraged them to put in 20. Because when you run up against the NVA, you're sitting there with a 20-round magazine for initial contact. The NVA's got a 30-round magazine. They've already got 10 more rounds than you do. You run out first, and then the firepower shifts totally over to them now.
Yeah.
So until we finally got the 30-round magazines, we were at a disadvantage every time as soon as we started. So you needed to be able to load faster and, shoot longer.
Man, I never thought about that 20-round magazine versus 30-round magazine.
It's a big
debacle.
difference.
Yeah. How long did it take them to get you guys 30-round magazines?
We didn't get, I got there in 68. We didn't get the 30 rounds until 69. And when we first got them, they couldn't get many. So I could go draw one 30-round magazine per Car 15.
Oh, man.
So we all have one, in our weapon to start with. That was after they made a tweak. I discovered early on, as did a lot of other people, that if you have that 30-round magazine in your Car 15 and you jump off the skid of the helicopter, when you hit the ground, your gun got lighter all of a sudden because the magazine's laying down in the mud. Because the spring on the magazine retainer wasn't strong enough to hold that extra weight.
Wow.
So the shock of hitting the ground, the magazine would fall out. So we had to take the weapons back in, have the spring changed, to a stronger one, so the magazine would stay in there.
Jeez.
But at least you had a 30-round magazine to start with. But I guess my teams just had problems, discipline problems. Maybe it seemed that we lost our 30-round magazines almost every time we were in contact, and I'd have to go back to S4 and draw some more 30-round magazines to replace the ones we lost.
Wow.
And,
What?
but then that, somebody noticed one day, how are you guys getting so many 30-round magazines? You're only supposed to have one per gun. Your guys are all carrying more. Well, I guess they found some of the ones they lost. So,
What kind of pistol were you carrying?
I tried different ones. I carried a 1911 .45 caliber pistol. It was heavy. It only held 7 rounds. But man, if you hit somebody with that, it would put them down. I mean, it hits hard. But then I changed to a Browning high power 9mm, because now I double the amount of ammunition, number of shots in there. So I played with those a little bit, and then I started carrying a high standard 22 caliber long rifle with an integrated silencer, because that thing was so quiet.
Little hush puppy, huh?
Yes. And, you got to be careful where you shoot them. 22, if it hits a vest or something, it's not going to penetrate. So I tried to go for softer spots like the temple. And I did a lot of practice and trying to get a guy, and particularly a tracker. If you were tracking me, then I would tell this team, you guys keep going, I'm going to drop back. Somebody's behind us, I'm going to drop back here and have a little chat. So I could go back and take out a tracker. I could take out a dog. I could do things without, a big disturbance. And particularly at night, there were times when we had people walk inside our little perimeter. I mean, we're all within arm's reach of each other in a little circle. And sometimes you'd have somebody walk right through the middle of it. So you couldn't open up with a car 15 because it'd just light the whole area up. But with that 22, I could tap you, particularly if I set off a claymore, made a little noise, shot you at the same time. Nobody'd ever know I took you out.
Wow. You had people inside the perimeter when you guys were at arm's length distance and you're only 6 to 9 people? How many times did that happen?
Several. And we can talk maybe in a little bit about where I had a longer experience of someone inside. That pretty cool.
Let's talk about it now.
I had a 22-man team. We had put 2 of our recon teams together because we were going after a group of NVA that had a group of American prisoners that they were trying to take through Laos into North Vietnam, and we were trying to stop them. And we had stopped for an RON. We had 22 people, so it was a circle almost as big as this room in here, and they were about arm's length apart. I was in the center with my assistant team leader, and it was about 21:30. It was dark. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face, and I was really tired. My eyes were starting to roll back in my head. I was leaning against a tree, and I heard a twig break. And I opened my eyes, and I was thinking to myself, that sounded like a twig break inside the perimeter. And then I heard another one, and I realized someone was inside our perimeter and was coming directly toward me. I'm laying back. I have a car 15 laying across my lap, and I can hear this person moving. And I knew all of our people knew the rule. Once you go down, you don't get back up at night. Anybody moving is a bad guy. And this guy's coming right toward me, and I was thinking, he's going to step on me. I slid my selector switch over the full auto, And I'm laying there, and he's coming, and the air's so thick. And at this point, I can mentally see a silhouette coming at me, although I can't really see the silhouette. I know where it is based on the sound, and now I'm starting to hear him breathe. I'm starting to hear his heartbeat because he realizes he's inside the perimeter, and he's probably about to get killed. So his heart is thumping. He's coming right at me. I can't open up because that'll light the whole perimeter up, and we'll be in trouble. So I couldn't get to my knife. So I decided, just as he gets to me, I'm just going to shoot my left hand up. I'm going to grab a hold of his chest, whatever he's got there, and I'm going to pull him at the same time, raise my leg up and trip him. I'm going to pull him down to the ground. I'm going to hit him in the side of the head with the muzzle of my CAR-15 as I'm bringing him down. If he yells, if he fires his weapon, I'm going to pull the trigger. So he's coming. He got into position. I grabbed him. I jammed the muzzle into the side of his head, just cut a big gash in his head. I bring him down face first into the mud, and he didn't say a word, didn't make a sound. It scared him so bad, he didn't even grasp when I grabbed him. And then I started thinking, now what? I'm sitting here holding this guy face down in the mud. What am I going to do with him? And then I heard a whisper. And the whisper was Trung Nguyen, he was lieutenant in Vietnamese. Lights, lights. What? And he said, lights, lights. And I looked up the ridge toward the top of the mountain, and you could see lights, lanterns coming down the mountain. About 400 people, if you counted one or two people in between each lantern, probably 400 people coming down the ridge line toward where we were. That's not good. We're on a ridge line like that. We picked it so people couldn't get around us, but they're coming straight at us. But then I turned and I looked down the ridge. There was that same number coming up the ridge. And they were going to come right to us. We were going to be right in the middle when they got there, about, estimated 800.
Whoa.
So then I realized the guy that I've got face down in the mud is the Vietnamese captain that we took on this mission with us. He didn't have the experience. He didn't realize it when he got up to come tell me there were lights coming, that I might shoot him, or somebody might shoot him or knife him. But anyway, he did call that to our attention. And so these guys are all coming at us. They're going to intersect right on us. So my RTO crawled over and said, "Sir, you're wanted on the radio." And I got the radio, and this was a KY 38 with the KY 28 manual code loader in it and all that stuff. You had to have that daily code set in this coder. You had to be on the right frequency. This was the highest security radio that you could manually carry around. But anyway, so I was talking, I answered it, and it was Saigon. And they said, "You are now a prairie fire emergency," meaning everything in that part of Southeast Asia now belongs to you. Everything, every asset that's within range of you, every asset that still has armament left is being diverted to you to try to get you out. And I'm looking up and down and saying, I can see how we are prairie fire emergency. So I copied that. I got my assistant team leader over and said, here's what's going on. And then the RTO says, sir, you got to hear this. And I said, WTF, Schaefer, what? I've got 800 people coming. What else you going to tell me? I picked up the radio, the handset, and there's a Vietnamese woman on the radio. There's no way that she can talk to this radio, but she's talking to this tactical radio, secure one. And she's reading our obituary.
What?
She's reading our obituary that we were all killed in action that night. She's reading name by name of everybody who's laying in that perimeter. And she reads my name. She reads off Dick Thompson and keeps going. And Saigon's monitoring, and they heard her read my name off as Dick Thompson, and they said, oh, okay, she made a mistake. She doesn't even know his name. Who is Dick Thompson? His name's Henry. No one at that point on that side of the world knew me by Dick Thompson except for Eldon Bardwell, later Major General Bardwell. And we'd been on the same team before. But somehow she knew my name that no one else knew. And as I'm listening to it, there's music in the background. Not just music, but I realized this is the same music that as a little kid at 12 o'clock every day at my grandmother's house, she would say things like, boys, quieten down. I need to hear the obituaries in the county. And there's a southern kind of music that they played in the South when they would read obituaries, read about somebody that had died. And they're playing this in the background as they're reading our names off as being killed in action that day on a super encrypted radio that they couldn't possibly be talking on. So it kind of got our attention.
I would imagine.
So I got a team leader together, and we put our plan together. And we were armed. We had 4 M60 machine guns with us, 4 grenadiers with us. We had all those claymores. We were loaded for bear. But that kind of got all of our attention. And that started at 9 o'clock at night. It was almost 1,700 the next day when we got out. And we just banged it out with them right and left and had one catastrophe after another. But we got out, and we got everybody out with us.
You got everybody out. Wow.
There were a lot of bad guys that were left, but...
Holy shit. What was the radio? Did you ever figure that out?
Somehow they'd gotten a hold of one. They'd gotten a hold of one of those. They got the radio. They had to have gotten the codes and the frequencies, from the compound. And we think part of what happened was 8 days before, we were at the launch site getting ready to launch on this mission, and a team was overrun. And, the launch site commander came in and said, look, your mission's just changed. You're now bright light. Your team's going to go in to try to recover the team that just got overrun. So they changed our mission. And we went out there and fought it out for a couple of days. And when we came back, we had to have some recovery. We had to replace some people that were wounded during the firefight. So it was 8 days before we could go back and run our original mission. So they had 8 days to get more intel on us and figure out what was going on. And we had some spies there at CCN in the camp that we didn't know about. So,
Man. Well, I got another gift for you.
and the KY-38 radio, and that's 54 pounds of radio plus all the batteries, the big batteries that it goes through. Nobody wanted to carry those things. You had to have a PRC-77 to hook to this KY-38. So half of it was on your front chest, half of it was on your back.
Oh, man.
It was unreal. But anyway, I'm sorry I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No. Well, not much has changed today. Nobody wants to carry the radio, but it's not 50 pounds. So, but hey, since we're talking about everything you've carried, I got you a little present here. So I got a friend over at Sig Sauer. His name's Jason, and I told him you were coming on, and he is just fascinated with MACV-SOG guys. So he wanted me to present this to you.
Oh, wow.
Go ahead, hold it up. So that is the Sig Sauer P365 Macro Legion, and holds 17 rounds plus one in the pipe. It has that red dot. We were talking about red dots at breakfast. It has the slide cuts in the front to help you with the muzzle flip and recoil. It's made out of all metal, and that is the latest and greatest everyday carry handgun from Sig Sauer. So
Wow.
we wanted
Thank
you to
you.
have that.
That is awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Wow. Fortunately, I'm driving home, so I don't have to try to carry this on a plane.
But yeah, so we wanted you to have that.
So when you get your new studio completed, including your firing range, hopefully I can get invited back up to see if the thing works on your range.
We'll invite you back, you and John.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll have a little shooting competition.
Oh yeah, he'd love that.
I'm sure you'd whip John's ass in a shooting competition.
Oh yeah. I'll tell him he better start practicing. That's great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Every day it becomes more obvious. The world is changing fast, and the systems we were taught to rely on can't be counted on anymore. Whether it's institutions, governments, or supply chains, when things go wrong, most people are caught completely off guard. That's why it's up to you to take responsibility for yourself, your safety, and your family's well-being. Preparation starts with the basics. For me, that includes long-term emergency food. That's why I use and trust My Patriot Supply. Because when the unexpected hits, I want to know I've done everything I can to be ready for myself and the people I care about. Go to mypatriotsupply.com/SRS and shop a curated collection of my favorite products, from long-term food storage to water filtration, medical kits, and portable power solutions. With lightning-fast shipping, your supplies can be at your door in as little as 48 hours. Go to mypatriotsupply.com/SRS right now. That's mypatriotsupply.com/SRS. There are a lot of choices out there for cell phone service, and new ones seem to pop up all the time. But one company continues to stand out: Patriot Mobile. The best part? You don't have to sacrifice quality or coverage to make the switch. Patriot Mobile gives you access to all three major U.S. networks, so if you have service now, you'll have just as good, if not better, coverage with them. Worried that switching is a hassle? It's not. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. And their 100% US-based team will walk you through everything and get you activated in minutes, all from home. Still in contract or owe money on your current phone? No problem. Patriot Mobile even has a contract buyout program to help you make the move. They're good people running a good company, and they actually care about American values. That's hard to find these days, so check them out. Visit patriotmobile.com/SRS or call 972-PATRIOT. Use promo code SRS for a free month of service when you make the switch. I'd like to get into your story here, so we always start with, where did you grow up?
Grew up in a little town called Walhalla, South Carolina, up in the northwestern tip of South Carolina, right up above Clemson University. And spent a lot of time outside. And, you know, my mother's family had 4 sons, and when World War II came along, all 4 of them were deployed, you know, in World War II. My father was deployed along with them, so there were 5 men, you know, from the family there, and 3 of the brothers, 4 brothers came back. And my father came back. And then when Korea came along, you know, my father was called back in, so served in Korea. And they talked about some Army stuff, mostly at my prodding, saying, what does this mean? What is a platoon? What do you mean have a reserve? What's a reserve? What? Excuse me, all kinds of questions. You know, I was just full of questions about Army stuff. And then when I was about 7 years old, I decided I'm going to have an Army. So I got with my cousin Carl, and I said, you're the first member of my Army. And I had heard about Rangers. I'd heard them talk about what the Rangers did. So I decided it was going to be, you know, a Ranger company. So I formed the 69th Ranger Company, and it was commanded by General Thompson, of course. And so, but we needed more than one other member. I needed to command more than one person. So I started recruiting my other cousins that are about the same age. We got, you know, all the close ones in, the ones I liked, got those guys in. Brought in one female cousin, Pat, which was actually cousin Carl's sister. We brought her in, so we had a whack in the Army. Then we started letting people outside the family in, so it, you know, it grew bigger. And I've still got the logbook for Thompson's Rangers at home, the actual logbook.
Are you serious?
And you can open it up, and you can, it's getting pretty faded now, but you can see notes. You can see people's names. You can see the note. You can see information about the only court-martial that we had. So there was one of the members of the company that gave me some lip, and he ended up getting court-martialed and booted out of the Ranger group. But anyway, I still have that book. I mean,
Man, that's
just,
cool.
You know, I cut 2 pieces of cardboard for the covers and taped it together and put the paper inside, and it's pretty cool. So, but I still have it after all these years. So, really got into Rangers, and it, you know, the family did a lot of hunting. My father liked to hunt, so I was brought up with weapons and shooting and hunting and tracking. And every time my parents both worked as I was getting older, so every opportunity I got, I was in the woods by myself, hunting, tracking deer, tracking whatever animals I could find, and studying them. You know, what do they do? How do they move? And then I got this idea. I need to be invisible. How can I be invisible? Excuse me. So to be invisible, it's not just that you are not visually seen. If I'm invisible, you can't hear me. You can't smell me. You know, I just don't exist. I'm here, but I'm not here. And how do you do that? So I'd practice slipping up on deer or rabbits or whatever I could find out there. And then my cousin Carl started coming over, and we had a little army pup tent. We'd carry that thing a couple 100 meters up on the hill in the woods and put it up. It would go out, and once I got a BB gun, we'd go out and shoot some birds, and little birds, and build us a fire, and we would roast them, and we would say, well, what else do rangers eat? Let's get us some ranger food. Let's go kill something else, and let's come eat it. And we'd camp out there and pretend we were rangers, and we'd go on missions and different things like that. And and we got older, and then when I was 13, my parents sabotaged me because I knew I was going to be a ranger. And Santa Claus came and brought me a chemistry set. I used to watch Shock Theater at midnight on Saturday night. They build Frankenstein and werewolves and change people's brains out. And I said, they can do that. Why can't I do it? So I started, catching rats. I'd catch rats and bring them into my lab, and I'd knock them out. At that time, if you went into a pharmacy, we called them drugstores at that time. If you went in there, I mean, if you could get permission from your parents to buy a syringe, a real syringe, which was a big deal at that time because only drug users and medical people had access to syringes, but talked the pharmacist into letting me buy one. So I had a syringe, and then I could shoot the rats or the birds or whatever up, knock them out, and I could go in, take their brains out, and see if I could swap them and bring them back. I'd swap their hearts, things like that, and try to, from Shock Theater with Frankenstein, all the electricity from lightning went in him. I would plug them into the outlet, tended to fry their little hearts and stuff. But I never could get one to start back. I could put them in there. I just couldn't get them to work again.
The psych test must have been a lot different to get into the Green Berets back then.
But, yeah, so I really got into chemistry, and then at some point I got into, let's build some rockets. Thompson Rangers need some rockets to launch at the bad guys. So I studied rockets and rocket fuel and the chemistry around it. And again, back to the pharmacy. I need some. I need some potassium nitrate. I need some charcoal, and I need some sulfur. What are you going to do with that? I said, I'm building some bottle rockets. Okay. I had so much of those chemicals in a footlocker in the house. If my mother had realized what that was and what it could have done to our house. But anyway, you could build rocket fuel out of that, and then discovered later you could build bombs out of that too. So I built a launch pad. I built a lab in the barn, and built an actual launch pad out behind it. I had a window so I could look out there and see it, so I didn't get hit with shrapnel or stuff if it exploded on the launch pad. And I'd launch them off of there. One day I built a big one. It was almost 3 feet high. Exploded on the launch pad. Actually broke windows in my neighbor's house. So I decided I needed to go back down to smaller ones. so they didn't do so much damage as they didn't work. But so I played with explosives. I did all kind of chemistry stuff. I mean, when I was in high school, I took the advanced chemistry course. I didn't even have a book. I just basically showed up for class, took the exams, and maxed out the course because I was going down to Clemson University to the library, reading all the articles, reading chemistry books.
Wow.
I found that if you got the older chemistry books around the turn of the century, around 1900, they were like recipe books. They didn't just talk about theory and how, if you mix these two components, then you get this. It was a recipe. This is how many grams of whatever it was that you were going to use and mix together, and this is how you mix it together. They told you how to do all this stuff. So I was learning that and really, really into chemistry. I got a scholarship to University of South Carolina on chemistry.
You had a pet too.
I'm sorry?
You had a pet.
I had several pets, but I had one when I was really young. That was of particular interest. I was in third grade, and my parents got me out of school and took me home and said, "We've got a surprise for you." What is it? Well, you have to wait till we get home. So we got home, we got out, and there was a spider monkey. so it's a monkey. He's on a little chain, a leash, so he's running around doing things. And I thought, that's cool. I snatched that little joker up. I found out about monkey teeth really quickly. I mean, he about bit my finger off. So anyway, I kind of liked him, but I was careful with him because I knew he would bite. We ended up building a small house that was outside, close to the barn, and he would sleep in that at night. And we put a light bulb in there for heat because it was wintertime. And I went out one morning and looked in there, and I could see his tail sticking out the little door. And I grabbed his tail, and I thought, wow, this is strange. He's not moving. And I pulled him out, and he was literally just straight out. He looked like a monkey on a stick, and he was frozen. And
A monkey on a stick, huh?
he was frozen. And his little mouth was open, all his little teeth are showing. And I was not happy. I mean, I forgave him for all the biting, but I ran back in the house, and I gave him to my mother and said, he's dead. And she said, I don't know if he is or not. Let's try this. She wrapped him up in a little blanket and put him on top of a little oil heater that we had. So the heat was coming up to try to warm him up, thaw him out a little bit. And then she heated up some milk and took an eyedropper and squirted that warm milk down his little mouth. And I mean, she kept working with him. And after a while, his little mouth started moving. And she thawed that joker out. She thawed him out, and all of a sudden, he came back to life. I thought, this is really cool. If you can freeze somebody to death and then just thaw them back out, I mean, how cool is that? But anyway, they had the monkey, but he caused so much trouble that we ended up swapping him for a dog, so he had to go away.
You didn't take that and ask for volunteers from your army to freeze, did you?
No. No, I'm not saying I didn't think about it, but
Maybe the guy that got court-martialed could have had a ultimatum.
I did take college students.
Oh, shit.
I have to be careful how much I tell you about it, but I did take college students, and I was interested in what happens if I put you in a sleep deprivation. If I don't let you sleep for a while, what will happen? So I got permission to do some research, University of Georgia, using college students. And so I got a group of volunteers from the ROTC department. These guys were all in the ROTC, Ranger company there to University of Georgia. Of course, they can do anything, and so they volunteered to do it. So they had their full gear on. We took them out in the national forest, full gear, carrying a 40-pound rucksack, and continuous movement. We'd stop for a 10-minute break every once in a while, but continuous movement, no sleep. Every 4 hours they had to take a test. One of the tests they had to take was a cognitive test. It's basically addition and subtraction, just a couple of sheets of addition and subtraction. And then they would rate, after they finished it, I would say, well, compared to when we first started, when you were fresh, before you'd lost any sleep, compared to that, how well you think you did this time? And they would say, it's pretty easy. I did just as well this time, just as accurate as I did on the first one. I'm looking at the scores and thinking, that didn't happen. One of the things that I discovered was that after 24 hours with no sleep, that you lose about 25% of your cognitive ability, particularly to be able to do things like math. The scary thing is you don't know it. You think you're still just as good as you were when you started out. And it doesn't stop at 24 hours. It keeps on going down.
Declining.
And you don't see things. Things happen in front of you, you don't see it. Things you see sometimes didn't happen. You hallucinate, you do all kinds of things. And as a ranger instructor for a number of years, with the ranger students, we didn't feed them much. We didn't let them sleep. We kept them running up and down mountains all the time. And they would hallucinate. You'd lose them. You're going through the woods, and all of a sudden, you say, send up the count. They start sending the count up, and you realize you're missing about 10 or 12 people. You stop, you go back, it's night, you go back, and here's a guy standing behind a tree, just standing there, thinking that tree in front of him is his buddy that he's supposed to be following. His buddy's not moving, so he's just standing there, and nobody behind him's moving. They're all waiting. And when I went through, my ranger buddy and I, we were already SF qualified and everything. So it's like, we're gonna have some fun, So if you're walking along, you had your little patrol cap on, you had the little ranger eyes in the back, the little fluorescent tabs in the back of the hat, so the guy behind you could see you in the dark. You take your hat off and kind of put it over to the side, and as you're walking along, you just start, getting yourself lower and lower, and you're lowering that hat around, and the guy behind you, he's following you. Now he's fiddling around trying to, where's the drop off? Where's he going? And we found that if we did stuff like that, it was hilarious to us, and it kept us motivated. And we could do all kinds of things, and we had fun in Ranger School. But anyway,
Humor keeps it going.
Yeah, it keeps you moving right along,
especially in the darkest hour.
Yeah. So anyway, with the sleep research, that was a major study that the military used, because one of the things when I was put on the Airland Battle 2000 team to figure out how are we going to go 100 hours straight with the ground war when we move into the 21st century? How can we go 100 hours straight, leaders be able to lead, soldiers be able to function, aviators be able to fly, without 100 hours of that sleep? So I did a lot of research around that, and then I started going to NATO nations and briefing the Army staffs. Here's what we found. Here's what you need to do to be able to function. And I remember very clearly when I briefed the commander of the UK forces. I gave the presentation, and this is what special ops are going to have to do, and then what the soldiers and aviators would do. And I finished that presentation, and the general got up and he said, "Thompson, that was a good briefing. But I can tell you now, we're not doing any of that crap. These guys are just going to have to drive on. We're not doing that." Okay, it's a price to pay. And then shortly after that, Falkland Islands came along, and all of a sudden they ran into problems because they didn't have enough pilots down there to meet the safety requirement, the sleep and rest requirement between missions. They tried different chemicals to help them be able to do that, because when a pilot comes back from a mission, his eyes are like that. He's wired from all the stress and everything. He can't go to sleep to start with. When he finally does go to sleep, he can't wake up. And if you give him a chemical that knocks him out right away, then you can't get it out of his system, 6 hours later or 4 hours later when you wake him up and say, "You got to go. You got to fly another mission." He's still trying to figure out who he is. But there are ways to do some of that we worked on getting ready. Because when the Gulf War, the ground war started, the ground war went 100 hours. Now, my brother was an Apache pilot, and, he was telling me all the time about it. I go fly a mission, I turn around, I come back, I'll land. While I'm rearming, refueling, I'm sitting there in the cockpit eating a sandwich, drinking a coffee, because as soon as they get me rearmed, I'm going back out. I got to go fly another mission. And so, that stuff was going on all the time. And you're just not as effective. Mm-hmm. And somewhere around 5 hours or 5 days without any sleep, zero sleep, people start to die. And the university said, we can't keep supporting your research if you have your students dying. So you got to stop keeping them up that long. They didn't actually die, but, they were getting close enough that they were concerned about it.
Wow.
So I hear people all the time.
How long were you keeping these people up? Holy shit.
We ended up stopping them after, I think it was 72 hours as far as we would go. But I hear people tell me all the time, "Man, I can go 5 days without a problem." Young guys, I tell you that. You think you are. I remember in Ranger School, sitting in the bleachers, and an instructor standing in front of us. There's a creek there. He's standing in front of us, and he's talking, and it seems like mid-sentence, he says, "Thompson, in the creek." And I'm thinking, "What did I do?" "You were asleep." And I'm thinking, "No, I wasn't asleep. In the creek. Do push-ups until I get tired. Make sure your face goes under every time." So I'm out there in the creek trying to drown myself, doing push-ups. And my ranger buddy said, "Yeah, you were sitting here, but you were asleep. You were setting up. Your eyes were open, but you were asleep." And I began to realize, you go to sleep and you don't realize it. In fact, some of the research shows that there are more people killed in traffic accidents with drivers falling asleep than there is with drunk drivers.
Interesting.
Almost everyone that drives or been driving for a while can tell you, yeah, you've had an experience late at night and you're sleepy and your head's bouncing around, and all of a sudden, just before you hit the bridge abutment, you feel the car run off your shoulder and you jerk it back into the road because you were asleep. You didn't know it. And, you know, if you're driving a drone, you're driving whatever, and you go to sleep, the drone's on its own now. There's no telling where you're going to put that thing. And if you're, watching a radar screen, you don't see the aircraft coming. You don't see the blips. You're looking at it. Your eyes are open, but you don't see it. There's a whole series of things like that I did a lot of research on, and particularly using it with special ops. And still now I go out, I do a lot of presentations and with different groups, particularly high stress groups, special ops groups, on sleep deprivation, things to help you get around it, to be able to function better, longer, and what's going to happen if you don't. So that's a long answer to whatever you asked me about a monkey or something, I think.
Well, I want to get into that, what you're doing nowadays, towards the end. But you went to school, you dropped out of school, correct?
Yeah, I was in school, and at that time, every night on the 5 o'clock national news, there'd always be a segment about what was happening in Vietnam. And interestingly enough, very different from what we have today. The reporters would be saying, man, we're crushing those guys. I mean, we're just crushing the NBA, and we're doing this and we're doing that. And I started thinking, I wanted to go to Vietnam, so I could, do my patriotic duty like my uncles and father and everybody had done. It's going to be over. If I wait until I finish school, it's going to be over. So I decided to take a break from school, go enlist for 3 years, go do my thing, come back, pick back up where I was in school, and continue on. No intent, no desire to really be a career person. I wanted 3 years, and then I wanted to get back to chemistry and do my thing. And so I stopped. My mother was not happy. My father supported it. My mother kind of freaked out over it. I told her, I'll go back to school. She said, no, you won't. I said, yeah, I'll go back to school. I'll get a doctorate, but I need to go to do this first. And then, I get to the recruiting station and went down to Fort Jackson, South Carolina. And, they put us in the barracks, went to sleep about 3 o'clock in the morning. All the lights come on, and there's some guy yelling and screaming at the top of his lungs to get up and get to attention in front of your bunk. And then I hear bunks being pushed over, double bunks pushed over, people falling out on the floor, and this guy yelling and hollering. I got my buns up and got to attention in front of my, bunk there, and I looked, and I said, he's my size. He's got a big Smokey the Bear hat on. He's my size, and he sounds like a giant coming through here. And what is that on his shoulder? A Ranger tab. So I thought, that's it. You got to do that. And then he took us on a run, and we were singing all this stuff about, I want to be an airborne ranger, I want to live a life of danger, all this kind of stuff. And I thought, this is cool. If I'm going to be in 3 years, I might as well, this is what I want. I get a chance to, be a real ranger now, not just, what I used to play at. So all of a sudden, I still didn't intend to stay in beyond the 3 years, but I wanted to be a ranger while I was in, and go to Vietnam as a ranger. Why not?
What was the sentiment of Vietnam at the beginning of the war?
Terrible.
It was terrible.
And the country's divided now.
We're in America.
But yeah, in America it was divided. So they had you and I, for example. Soon as people looked at our heads, they could say, "Well, he doesn't have hair down to his shoulders. His hair's not parted in the middle. He's in this group over here. You and I are in this other group, and we're much more likely to be patriotic, support the war, and go do it. These other guys, these long-haired hippie guys over on the other side, they're against it. They're all smoking marijuana, and they're doing whatever." And I'm kind of exaggerating, but it was divided. Those people, anti-war, protest, do all this kind of stuff. So there were some people who were for it. Most people were against it, and they were out protesting. So, and I had some good friends that had moved on the other side. They were total anti-war. But some of the stuff you were hearing was, we're killing babies, we're killing old women, we're doing all kinds of things like that, which wasn't necessarily true.
Mm-hmm.
But, I got really excited about the Army and what we were doing, and kept thinking, they're paying me to do this. Can you imagine what it would cost if you just wanted to go jump out of an airplane and have a thrill like that? They're paying me to go do that. And all these other things. And the more I got into it, the more I enjoyed it. And when I finished AIT, they just said, "Hey, you're going to OCS."
You went to OCS right away.
Yeah. So you need to go to OCS. And I said, they talked me into it. Said, you can still get out at the end of your 3 years. You'll be your 2-year requirement that you'll get from OCS will be over, and you can still get out of the Army. You'll still get to go to Vietnam. And you can probably do some of these other neat things like Airborne, Ranger, stuff like that. So I started volunteering in OCS to go to Airborne school and to go to Special Forces. So when I finished OCS, then I just went from there to Airborne school. I was already at Benning. I went to Airborne school, and then they sent me to Bragg and went through the officers Q course up there, and became SF. And then from SF, I went to Rangers, and then went to 5th Group in Vietnam, and did what my buddy said. Or didn't really do what he said. I did the opposite. He said, whatever you do not volunteer for SOG.
Why is that?
And when I asked that question, he said, if you do, you're going to die. And if you don't die, you're going to come home with the crap shot out of you in a nutcase. That's if they find you. Do not volunteer for SOG. I said, what do they do? I said, nobody knows. You have to get there and volunteer and get there, and then you'll find out what you're going to do, but you're going to die or come back as a nutcase. I was 21 years old. At that time in history, we thought that your prefrontal cortex up here in the front of your brain, we thought that the only thing it really did was hold up your cranium so that your front end of your head didn't kind of cave in. And we thought it was fully developed. By the time you're 20 years old, you had all your prefrontal cortex abilities. Really, you got to be about 30 before it's fully developed. So before it's developed, you tell somebody you're going to volunteer to go anywhere, do anything, any time and never say a word about it for 20 years, I can do that. I mean, that's a recruiting poster to a 21-year-old. And if you look at the SOG pictures of the Americans on those teams, almost all of them are little baby face guys. You look at John Meyer, you look at his little baby face, you look at my little baby face, you look at, Eldon Bargewell's little baby face. I mean, all three of us are within 2 or 3 months of the same age. And we all look like little baby faces because we'll go charge that hill. We'll go to another country and do things. By the time you're 30, you're saying, let's let the younger guys do that. I don't need to have that kind of action anymore. If you're still there at 30 and you're still doing missions like that, as you saw with some of the SEAL work you were doing, it's starting to have a bad effect on you. I mean, there's a limit to how much stress you can take and recover from it, easily. So we don't take good care of our special operators in particular. We keep throwing them back out there in the middle of all the stress with no break, with no opportunity, to heal some. And then we put all these restrictions out there. They don't mention the word mental health. Don't say you're getting a little stressed, because we'll take you off the team. With tier 1 guys, like you, like the SOG guys. I mean, I had to pass, the flight physical. I mean, just blow it out of the water every year, or I couldn't be on a team like that. You can't be tier 1. You can't be Halo. You got to have perfect ears, perfect eyes, perfect everything, or they'll take you off the team. And what do? Same thing in SOG. I mean, I used to come back and take forceps and pull pieces. I've got scars all over, pull pieces of shrapnel out and not say anything about it, because I didn't want to get taken off the team. And civil guys do it all the time.
Like
Rangers guys still do it. You're not going to report anything. But you don't have to.
So did you go right into SOG from the Green Berets?
When I got there, when I got to Vietnam, I met a buddy of mine in the bar that first evening when I got there, and he's the one that told me, whatever you do, don't volunteer for SOG, because he'd been there a month before me, so he knew all kind of stuff, right? So the next day, went through all in processing, and at the end of the day, then I ended up in Colonel Bazatz's room, and he said, I'm looking through your folder here. You volunteered for the Army, you volunteered for OCS, you volunteered for Airborne, you volunteered for Ranger, you volunteered for Special Forces, you volunteered for Vietnam. I got the most important job that you will ever have an opportunity to do, but you have to volunteer for it. And I said, you're trying to get me to volunteer for SOG? And he said, yes. I said, what do I do? What does SOG do? He said, I can't tell you.
He couldn't tell you anything?
I can't tell you what they do. I just tell you, you're going to have to volunteer and sign the volunteer paper to go to SOG. You're going to have to sign a non-disclosure agreement, 20-year agreement, that you won't say the word SOG, you won't say anything about what you guys did for 20 years, or you're going to receive the full punishment of the law. But if you'll do that, you can get into SOG, and you can do things that nobody else can do. So the next day, I was supposed to be at the airfield. They sent me down to the classified end of the airfield where the Blackbirds, the black C-130s and C-133s were all parked. nobody could go down there. So I went down there, got on an aircraft to go up to Nha Trang, and there were no seats in the plane when it got there, just seat belts on the floor. So the crew chief came by and he said, sit on the floor and buckle in, and there were 3 or 4 of us. Sit on the floor and buckle in, because when we take off, we're going to climb as fast as this thing will climb so that we don't get hit on the way out. And then when we go to land up at Nha Trang, we're going to dive toward the ground like we're crashing so we don't get hit on the way down. And you guys just hold on. You're going to have a great ride. So got there, got off the plane, and they told us where to move to. And they said, there's a SOG bus there that's going to pick you up and drive you on up to Da Nang. So we went over to where the bus was supposed to be, and there's a black school bus sitting there. All the windows are shot out of it. There must have been 200 bullet holes in the bus. The seats are all ripped apart where bullets have been hitting. And there's a driver there. Went up to him and said, is this the bus up to Da Nang? He said, yeah. What happened? And he said, well, there's this one pass that we have to go through. And the NVA like to ambush us up there, on a fairly regular basis. So, kind of shoot the bus up and the people are in it. We're going to pick up a SOG team in a few minutes. As soon as they get here, then we'll leave. All you have to do is just do what they tell you. Whatever they tell you to do, you do, and you'll live. If you don't, you'll probably die before you get there. And all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, here's a line of about 7 or 8 guys headed toward the bus. I mean, they just appeared. And I'm looking at them and saying, I've never seen anybody like this before. I mean, I've been in Special Forces, I've been through Rangers. I don't recognize the equipment they have. I don't recognize the uniforms they have on. And they're scary. I mean, if they had this little short M16, some of them have, grenade launchers that have been cut down to that long. They're camouflaged. They had on bandanas around their heads, hand grenades all over them. Scary looking dudes. They got on the bus and said, and they immediately took up defensive positions on the bus. The team just arrayed itself around the bus, and they were all at the windows ready to shoot in whichever direction the fire came from. And the guy who was the team leader, he said, if we run into trouble, you get face down on the floor of the bus and don't move until we tell you. Copy that. We didn't get ambushed, but wow. You start thinking, what did I get into?
Jeez.
Yeah, I'm talking to Eldon Bartwell, several years ago before he passed. He said, oh yeah, I still can see that bus in my mind, all shot up like that, and wondered, what have I gotten into?
Is that what you were wondering?
Yeah. So, this is different than what I thought. But, it's going to be exhilarating because I'll be on a team like that in a few days.
Wow.
I'll start becoming one of those guys. I mean, those guys made the hair stand up on the back of my neck.
Damn.
And when they get around other people, you can see everybody just kind of backs away, gives them room. They don't get close to them. They don't make eye contact with them. I mean, if you look them in the eye, for the most part, you see death. I mean, they've seen things nobody else has seen. And you can't not see it once you've seen it. So I thought, that part's probably pretty cool. So
yeah.
It went on up, got to Da Nang, and the little guy that picked us up there said, I'm going to take you to your quarters where you'll stay tonight. Tomorrow you'll get your assignment. You'll get briefed. And you might want to, we have a movie theater set up kind of out here. We put a couple pieces of plywood together. We got a movie projector, and we showed John Wayne and other kind of movies out there, and we had some bleachers up. You might want to go out there and watch the movie. This will be the last chance you get to take a break and relax a little bit. Been in the bleachers it's dark, been in the bleachers about 15 minutes. Marble Mountain is behind us, and all of a sudden it looked like the 4th of July. Red tracers, green tracers, flares, stuff going everywhere. Boom. Now I'm face down in the sand. And the guy sitting in the bleachers said, "Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I should have warned you. This happens every night. Just watch the movie. They won't shoot down here." And in a few minutes, all those green tracers will be gone because they're dead. The teams up there on top of the mountain will take them out. Everything will be fine. Just enjoy the movie. Right. My heart's pounding.
Holy shit.
So, the next day we got a briefing.
Huh?
And you pick a code name. So I picked the Dynamite code name. Then I went up to Fubai, where, John Myers was already up there. I went to Fubai. We got off. There was about 5 or 6 of us went up there, and the sergeant major came out, and he had a little list. He got us all together, and he said, "All right." And he read the names off, and he said, "All of you guys are going to leave tomorrow to go back down toward Nha Trang to 10 school to learn how to be a SOG team leader." I said, "What? You didn't read my name off." Thompson? No, you're not going down there. You're SF qualified, you're Ranger qualified. I'm putting you on a team this afternoon. You don't need to go down there. What you don't know that's going to be taught down there, the team's going to teach you over the next few days before you go on your first mission. Wow. And then he said, tomorrow morning, I need you to report into the S4. Sergeant Jones has a mission he'd like for you to help him with that I need an officer for. If you would help him for that, and then we'll link you up with your team and you can get started. Okay. They put me in quarters. Went to S4 the next morning, and the sergeant said, we've had some casualties, and we have their personal effects here. They've all been packed up in duffel bags. And before we can ship them back to their families, their personal effects back to their families, the effects need to be signed, reviewed and signed off by an officer. So I need you to just go through each of these 7 duffel bags, make sure there's nothing in there that would be classified, no pictures, no anything that could be classified, and pack them back up, sign the sheet, and we can get them out of here. First duffel bag I picked up, a friend of mine from Fort Bragg. He went, sorry.
It's okay.
He went about 30 days, before me, and just disappeared. Nobody knew where he went, what assignment he got when he got there. He just went into a black hole. And so he's been there 30 days, and I'm inventorying his personal effects to send back to his family. And SOG got real. So I did that, went and linked up with the team, and went to work. Started training with the team because we had a mission coming up in a few days, and trying to learn everything I could before we went out. But anyway, that was a long story of how I got to.
What was in the bag?
He had, some civilian clothes, letters, to his parents. I mean, people's personal kinds of things like that. They were, letters that, that had come from their families. They were letters they had written that they hadn't mailed yet. Things they'd had in their hooch, the personal kinds of things that they would put in there. So, I mean, probably half to 2/3 of it, I took out. But I had to read the letters, to their families. And, that was brutal. Just brutal.
You were close with him.
Yeah. I just, anyway.
What was his name?
Stacks, Lieutenant Stacks, Stan Stacks. And, yeah. We went through the officer course, SF course up there, and, hung out some after that. So, but it was just a shock to my system, all of the first bag, the duffel bag with your name stenciled on the side of it. And I picked that up, and it just, holy cow.
Man.
Now I know where he went. He went to SOG. Well, like my friend had told me, a couple of days before, don't volunteer for SOG. You're a dead man walking if you do. And then, here's Stacks all of a sudden.
I'm sorry.
So, I got put right to work, which, I'd rather get to work. Let's go do it. I learn fast. If you show me, I'll learn it. And wasn't expecting to get ambushed first time out.
Let's take a quick break.
Sure.
When we come back, we'll get into your first mission.
Okay.
Have you ever dug into your budget and realized an app or a subscription has been living rent-free for months or even years? I know I have, and the only reason I was able to find them and take action was because of Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. If you've got a goal you'd like to save for, Rocket Money can help analyze your accounts to find the best time each month to put extra money aside. They'll even try to negotiate lower bills for you. The app automatically scans your bills to find opportunities to save and works to get you better deals. Rocket Money's 5 million members have saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, with members saving up to $740 a year when they use all of the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/SRS today. That's rocketmoney.com/SRS. rocketmoney.com/SRS. Tallest building.
What do you think, Shawn?
We're high. Before Helix sent me a mattress to try, I had trouble sleeping, felt groggy in the morning, and never slept comfortably. And now, I honestly can't believe how much of a difference just getting a good night's sleep has made to my overall wellness. And it's all thanks to Helix. Helix mattresses are amazing. I don't wake up with stiff muscles or joints anymore, and tossing and turning is no longer an issue for me. Helix is the award-winning mattress brand and is recommended by many for improving sleep. Helix can match you based on your body type and sleep preferences. And right now, you can save when you decide to buy your own Helix mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/SRS for 20% off site-wide. That's helixsleep.com/SRS for 20% off site-wide. Make sure you enter our show name after checkout so they know we sent you. helixsleep.com/SRS.
'Cause, you know, I went through a lot. 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 I went throug
All right, Dick, we're back from the break and we're getting ready to get into your first mission with SOG. But something that I found interesting that you didn't mention is SOG did not fall under the protection of the Geneva Convention, correct?
Right.
Why is that?
Well, we were not supposed to be in the countries we were going into. Mm-hmm. We didn't have permission to go into those countries. So all missions were conducted without ID cards, which you can't do, and be covered with the Geneva Convention. No dog tags, nothing, in the beginning, nothing that said U.S. on it. Now, later on, M16s and CAR-15s and those types of weapons became so ubiquitous in that area that anybody could be carrying a weapon that said U.S. on it. So they took the restriction of that. In the beginning, you carried a Sten gun or Swedish K or something like that rather than American guns. So they took that off. But because we had no identification of any type on us, and then we were considered spies if we were caught.
Is that what?
And it was also gave the U.S. government plausible deniability that they didn't have anything to do with us.
And that's what prompted the different uniforms and different gear and everything. Wow.
Now, like I said, later, we went to the regular jungle fatigues or tiger stripes or whatever.
Very interesting. Let's get into your first mission.
Okay. We had kind of started it before where they assigned me right off the bat. So even the SOG rule was, even if you come in as an officer like I did, when you went to a team, you could not go as the team leader. You had to go out as an assistant team leader for a certain number of missions until the team leader that was vetting you said, this guy's ready to lead a team. So I went out with team RT Alabama to start with, to learn really what it was like and get vetted, because it's just a river. But there was something about when you cross that river into that other country, everything was different. I mean, you didn't make contact with 20 or 30 guys and have a gun battle. You made contact with 500. It was like kicking the top off of an anthill. I mean, they would just swarm. Once they figured out where you were, they were coming from everywhere to try to get you. And the other thing, it was kind of reminds me of jiu-jitsu in that with jiu-jitsu, you and your opponent kind of lay down in the floor and you get your best hold on each other, and then they say go, and you try to fight your way out of it. With us, they would take us into Laos or wherever, set us down, put the NVA all around, just hundreds and hundreds of them all around us, with us in the middle, and then they'd say, go. Go accomplish your mission, and then see if you can get out. So you started off surrounded with every mission.
Sheesh.
And just, there are just so many of them when you did. And then I worked mostly up north with Laos, North Vietnam. The terrain up there is very mountainous and double, triple canopy jungle, thick vegetation. I mean, most of the time when I made contact, you would, this close to me. I mean, 10 meters, maybe 15 meters. That's when we made contact, and I probably couldn't see the other 20 people who were with you because they were standing a couple meters farther back in the vegetation. I could hear the gunshots. I could see the bushes moving as the blast came and things like that. So a lot of times I was shooting at just movement, shooting at sound, shooting at the one or two that I could see, and bullets were just coming from everywhere. You were never shooting at one. You might think you're shooting at one person, but there's 30 or 40 shooting back at you. And it was, when you made contact in Vietnam, which we'd go do a lot just for practice so you can have a live shoot back target. You run up on 5 or 10 guys and have a gunfight. But when 5 or 10 turns into 100, 200, and there are more coming, it becomes difficult. So the hardest or the easiest thing is to get inserted. And sometimes that's a real problem, but still, getting inserted seems to be the easiest part. Accomplishing the mission becomes really difficult. Getting out becomes almost impossible. And, it's like that almost every mission. And you get in, trying to accomplish the mission with everything going on, but then how do you get out? I mean, it can go on for hours and hours and hours trying to get out because you can't get the fire suppressed enough to get a helicopter in. And I mentioned prairie fire emergency earlier. If we were about to be overrun, if I call on the radio and declare prairie fire emergency, everything within range that has ordnance is getting diverted to me to try to help get me out. So all of a sudden, there were times when I'd have 14 gunships in orbit waiting their turn to come in. 5 or 6 F-4 Phantoms in orbit ready to come in. Some, other types of aircraft all in orbit just waiting their turn to come in and expend their ordnance on the bad guys so I could try to get out. So anyway.
What was it like when you show up as an officer to the most elite unit at the time, and they want you to lead one? And how are you received by those guys? Young guy, 21 years old, only been to the schools, qualified SF, qualified Ranger, but, even in today, that doesn't mean much when you show up to the team. I can't imagine what the reception's like for a junior officer to show up at a team like that, of those type of men to be led.
John Meyer might have told you what the perception was.
He did.
Yeah. He told me one time that he said, you were one of the few officers that actually wanted to go out and was not afraid to go out and could perform when you were out there. And he said, that made you different than most of the officers. And most officers, they went out a few times and they didn't go back out again. They found another job. But they're enlisted NCOs did that too. I'm telling you, when you go over there and experience what it's like, you have to think long and hard before you say, I'm ready to go back. Because it was just so different when you went out there. And, I thought I was given a fair chance. Sergeant Gentry Deck, he didn't seem to have any qualms. He just said, we'll see what you can do. It's my team, and, I'll tell you what I want you to do, and you do it. And, I was okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
And, the guys in, when you went into the lounge, the club, you could sit with more senior guys there, people with more experience, and, they would chat with you. And I think first or second day I was there, this E7 was talking to me. He came over, met me, and we started talking. And at one point he said, let me tell you something, Lieutenant. Never, ever shoot an NVA less than 3 or 4 times. Every time you shoot one, you shoot them 3 or 4 times. If they twitch, you shoot them 3 or 4 more times. Don't ever assume that you've shot somebody and they're dead, because we've had a lot of SOG people killed, shot in the back because they walked past the NVA that they had shot and thought was dead.
Damn.
And he said, you make sure you do the job the first time. And, you know, that was a rule I adopted. There's no single shots. There's no double tap. If I shoot you, I'm going to shoot you. You're going to get hit a lot of times. And most of the time I shot short bursts on automatic. I'd shoot, 3 or 4 round bursts, because I want to make sure I hit you. I want to make sure you're going down. And, if you don't go down fast enough, I'm going to hit you with 3 or 4 more rounds. And, that was one of the reasons I carried a lot of ammunition. So, the deck was very open to having me on there, particularly after, we had the first mission. We'd go out, we're doing a last light insertion, and we were going to go do a wiretap once we got on the ground. So we go out, it's starting to get dark. We circle around and we come in on our run toward the LZ. Deck gave a thumbs up. That means get out on the skids with 30 seconds out. I climbed out on the skids. The other American climbed out on my side with me. And the door gunners right next to me, we were on a Huey. And we're coming in really low, and we're just going across the tree. The skids are almost dragging into the top of the canopy. And we're going slow, and I was thinking an NVA could knock me off of the skid with a rock. We're just barely moving. I'm exposed to the world standing out here. And wow, there's a little village over there. It looks like 6 or 7 hooches in a little village. That wasn't in our briefing. There was nothing said about a village being that close to where we were going in. So we come on up, and they had blown a hole in the canopy, and it was just barely big enough for the chopper to just set straight down in. So we're settling down in there, and I'm scanning, the tree line, and still thinking, I can, a setting duck out here. And we get down, it looks like as far as we're going to be able to go. We're still about 6 feet from the bottom of the bomb crater. And I'm thinking, I got to jump off the skid down in this thing with 80 pounds of gear on. I'm going to break both legs, when I hit down there. And while I'm having that thought, it's time to suck it up and just jump. So, I bent my knees so I could, kind of hop off. And as I bent down, this guy, NVA, pops up right there 10 feet away from me, in the bomb crater, AK-47. Holy cow. So instead of jumping in, I straightened my legs up and hopped back up on the edge of the floor of the aircraft. As I do that, he pulls the trigger on the AK. My legs moved just in time. They went right across in front of me, and they hit the American that was on the other side of me. They hit his legs and took him out from under him. He started to fall. I grabbed the back of his harness with my left hand. I put a half a magazine into that guy. I drug him back up into the aircraft. You know, he's yelling and hollering, you know, about his legs, blood's going everywhere. The two indige behind me, both open fire, going out of the helicopter, one on each side of me, and I'm getting powder burns from their muzzle flashes, going death as that's happening. And, you know, the door gunners opened up, and it's just unbelievable the number of bullets that all of a sudden are coming, crisscrossing inside the aircraft, hitting the aircraft. You can hear the metal clangs as they hit. I see another one. Now, I finish off my magazine on him. Now I've got to reload, and that's when I discovered what stress does to your fine motor coordination. So I reached to try to get a magazine out of my pouch. My hand is just soaked with the blood that's squirting out of his leg. I'm trying to get the magazine out. I couldn't get it, and it was stuck in there. My hand was slick. I finally got it out, but when I went to put it in, my hand was shaking so much I couldn't get it in the magazine weld at first. I finally got it in there so I could start returning fire. The next one, you know, came right out of the pouch. It wasn't that big of a deal, but it went in a lot easier. But I had never experienced that level of fear before. I mean, it's hard to believe today that that many bullets could come at you that fast, and none of them hit you. So start returning fire, knock some guys who were in the trees, knock them out. At the same time that's happening, you know, we had two Cobra gunships that were coming in, you know, right beside us. They opened up with their miniguns, and so you have, you know, 4,000 rounds a minute coming down from the Cobras, hitting right next to us, ricochets going everywhere. You know, there's tracers all over the place. They're firing. The next two Cobras right behind them were firing 40 millimeter. You know, and that's exploding all around us. Everybody in the aircraft on both sides are shooting. You can see the tracers crisscrossing on the inside. And, you know, the pilot, I think that's the first time he's been ambushed like that with people that close. And it seemed like he just froze or stopped or something because we were just sitting there. You know, I always think we need to be going up, getting out of this hole. And finally we started moving, the aircraft shaking, trembling all over, and going up. The bad guys are all shifting their fire up. The Cobras are coming in. You know, they're just circling around and coming in. And then we had some Sky Raiders, A-1 Sky Raiders coming in, flying across in front of us and dropping 250-pound bombs, not right there, but off to the side. I found out later those hooches in the village over there were not hooches. They were tanks with thatch put around them to make them look like, you know, they were thatched houses over there. They were actually tanks, and they started moving when all this started happening. You know, so the A-1s went after them and started putting the bombs. So with all the other stuff that's going on, when those things the bombs start going off, now you're getting these blast waves coming across that's trying to knock the helicopter into the trees, you know, and we're getting hit with the blast. But finally, you know, we got up and were able to start moving and flying away from it, and we're still getting 51 calibers and things coming up at us. And I looked over, you know, at Sergeant Deck, and he looked around at me, and he's grinning like a horse eating sawbriars and giving me a thumbs up. And I'm thinking, oh my God, he thinks that's the coolest thing he's done lately. He enjoyed that, and he did. And I thought, wow. You know, he's done this, you know, quite a few times, so it's not his first radio, but he enjoyed that. Scared the crap out of me. Then we get back and we have the conversation of, you know, Lieutenant, if you don't learn to change magazines faster, you're going to die. But every time, except for the last time, every time we went out on a mission, as we would be extracted, when I'd look over at him, I'd see that big grin and thumb up. He was so excited about that. So, yeah, that got my attention.
I'll bet it did.
Unfortunately, before the mission, the camp commander up there had called me over, wanted to talk, and he said, I know this is your first mission. I want you to understand, we're not going to put you out there where we can't get you back. If we put you in there, we're going to bring you back. I said, okay. So when I got back from that mission and got to the hooch and spent some time with Jack Daniels, I decided to go talk to the camp commander. Learning experience, to go to the camp commander and tell him his baby is ugly. There's some problems with the process. But, he didn't fire me. That was good. He recognized I, had a, significant experience there, and then compounded it with a little Jack Daniels. And so I didn't do that again. I definitely learned from that. But
What did you think the problems were?
I thought part of it was at Fubai, we had a range. We had a big open area, huge open area that we would go to do immediate action drills, to, test fire different weapons and things. And there were not, you could shoot in any direction out there. And you could practice, but it's not the jungle. The jungle is very different. When I'm out where I can see 1,000 meters out in front of me, that's different than where I'm 10 meters, 15 meters out. It's about the range of my vision. And then after that mission, the next one, we got on the ground and just moving through the jungle, and particularly moving once contact is made. It's very different. So when we got down to Da Nang, we had a jungle we could go practice in, Monkey Mountain. We could go over there, and you were in a real jungle, so you could practice moving, falling over logs, stepping in holes, and all that kind of stuff. But I learned a lot from that. One of the things was I want more ammunition, and I've got to be able to get the magazines out. So had the magazines stuffed in the canteen pouch. So what I did was I took a piece of parachute cord and some duct tape, and I made a loop, taped it on the side of the magazine, so there was a loop sticking up on that center magazine. I could just stick my finger in and I could jerk that magazine out. And once it was out, the rest of them were loose. They were easy to get out.
You came up with that yourself?
I had heard somebody talk about, putting a loop on it or a string on it or something.
Day.
And I thought, that makes sense. So I tried that, and when I was practicing, that first one would come right out. So I started, doing them all like that. But just, that was part of it, was learning that, making sure I had them in the right place, making sure, since I was right-handed, the grenades were in the pouch on the right-hand side, magazines on the left-hand side, so you could go with them. Water was in the back. And then after a couple of times on the ground, I started to flatten out what was on my waist. To me, it seemed like the closer you could get to the ground, the better your chance of surviving, because I'd be laying on the ground and my rucksack's getting hit. So I thought, if I could get a little bit closer, that gets me,
Wow.
a little ways further. I'd come back with a rucksack shot up on just about every mission. I'm laying down, but the bullets are coming that close.
Better sight picture, too.
Yeah. And so, I started making little changes like that. And then once I became team leader, then I, implemented those changes to the whole team. But some of them along the way, I would make suggestions to deck and say, what if? What if as soon as we get in, excuse me, we get into our remain overnight position, quick meeting before everybody goes down. This is the direction we're going to go if we get hit. This is our avenue of escape. Here's where we think they're coming. The claymores are out there. So we started having that little quick debrief, like that, and then started the after action reviews where we did kind of a formal after action review with the team. I implemented or talk deck into implementing a running password. If we got scattered and you're running and you're coming up on somebody, we would have a running password. Example, bug fuzz. And you think, that makes sense. Well, not only does it not necessarily make sense, it was hard for them to say. So if I don't speak the language and I hear you say something, bug fuzz, I can't understand what you're saying, I don't know what it means, so it's hard for me as the NVA to use that same word to come running into you. So every time we were compromised and had to use a running password, the next time we went out, we had a different one. So I kept, changing those. And, so just putting things in like that. And Deck was pretty good about going along with that. And then Christmas we went out, and it was going to be the last mission that this team ran out of food buy. They were going to close food buy down. And we got in really heavy contact, and when we finally got on the helicopter, and they were just really pummeling the helicopter, and we got on it and we started lifting off. I looked over at Deck, expecting, the big grin and the thumb up, and he just looked up at me and then he looked back down. I was, oh, crap. He must have gotten hit. I mean, he's never done that before. Must have got hit. So I kind of crawled over there to him and grabbed him by the shoulder and said, "Are you okay?" And, he said, "No. I'll talk to you when we land." So when we got on the ground, I grabbed him up and "What's going on?" And he said, "I'm done." What? I'm done. When we get to Da Nang, I'm gonna have a different job. Don't tell the team. I'll tell the team, but I don't want to tell them right now. But I won't be on the team after this, after we get to Da Nang. And I thought that was good. He had recognized it was time to do something different. And I found some people couldn't or wouldn't recognize that. You've got to know when you've gotten up to the edge where you're now dangerous to yourself, dangerous to the rest of the team, and you need to take yourself out. Because even though you had to sign up for 6 missions or 6 months, after the first mission, if you went to your team leader and said, "I'm done. I don't want this anymore. I can't do this anymore. I want out," that was fine. You would be taken out and either put somewhere else in the Da Nang or wherever you were, or back to Special Forces and go to a regular Special Forces unit or something. Because you didn't need to be going out there if, once you had decided that you couldn't do that. Because the volume of fire was so heavy, so intense. when you were out there. All decisions had to be made quickly, and you had to continue to adapt because those suckers were coming at you. And just, with me, it was, and now I'm going to be the leader. I need to be learning more. And I started watching the NVA. What did they do when we make contact? Is there a pattern to how they behave when we make contact? And I started to see a pattern. And just a simple example. If you're an NVA and we make contact and you go down behind a tree, 95% of the time, when you decide to return fire back at me, you will come around the right side of the tree. From your perspective, the right side of the tree. Your muzzle of the AK will come around, your forehead will be right behind it. If I know that, so I'm out here, from my perspective, I watch the left side of the tree, and I'll see you start to come around it, and I've already zeroed in on it, and I'm ready. When I see that muzzle come around, I know your forehead's right behind it, and I'm ready to, launch 3 or 4 rounds at you. And I told my team, I implemented it with the next team, and I said, they'll do that every time. I said, watch. Just watch. They'll do that. And you can take them out. And we came back and we debriefed it, and they said, wow. They do. They shoot around that side of the tree or a rock or whatever it is. I said, okay, here's the big thing you got to realize. We do that too. We're humans. We're going to shoot around that right side of the tree every time unless we train it out of ourselves.
Or you're left-handed.
Or you're left-handed. So we've got to practice doing that. But we know where they are. When they go down, almost without fail, they will shoot from where they went down. When we go down, we've got to roll one way or the other. Don't shoot from where you went down, because they're going to shoot right where they saw you go down last time. You got to move before they start shooting, and they get you. And there's a whole series of things like that that I call the human reaction to combat that humans do instinctively, and they don't even realize they're doing it most of the time. But if you know how they're going to react, you know which way they're going to run and what they're going to do, that gives you the advantage. It gives you the advantage with close quarters combat. When I watch people, from the catwalk, I watch people go through the rooms, clearing them and everything, and I think, oh my God. If that joker was in the air with live ammo shooting at you, he's going to take you out. And, they're just, in the U.S., for example, if you come into this building, and I know you're coming in as a SWAT team, for example, or as a stacked with the military, you're coming in, I can take you out, but just by shooting a row across the wall there, I'll get half your team, because you're all leaning up against that, drywall, and that bullet's going to go right through it. So I can take out a bunch of you right there. There's a whole series of things. Don't stand close to the wall. If I shoot at the wall and I hit the wall, even drywall, a lot of times you can get a ricochet that's going to come off that wall just a little ways. And if you're standing a couple feet from it, it's going to hit you. How you hold your weapon when you go in there. I won't go into all that right now, but I really started working with them on what was called quick kill when I went through the training. How to shoot from the waist and hit your target every time. You don't have to aim. We went through a whole course at Bragg on that with BB guns, and then graduated to M16s. And some of the work I do with active shooters and stuff like that, and showing the police. You and I both turn into the hall at the same time. I'll hit you 3 times before you can get your weapon ready to fire. Because I'm already ready to fire. I just need to see a target. And I can hit you without moving my weapon at all. And you've still got yours at a down port, and you've got to try to bring it up. And what will happen in that situation is, as you're bringing it up, you'll be able to spend the rest of your life thinking about why you did it that way. Of course, the rest of your life is going to be about a half a second. But I know there are lawyers, I know there are safety things, but you got to think about your opponent and about how to take them out. But anyway, but we did all kind of practice on the range. There are pictures in the books out on the range of us shooting from there, putting the silhouettes out and practicing hitting those things. If you're 20 meters or closer, I'll hit you every time without aiming. I used to put 5 silhouettes out there and, let one of the team members say go. And as I was falling to the ground, I'd hit all 5 targets before I hit the ground. And you can do that. But you got to practice. Mm-hmm. And they loved it. When you gave them techniques they could use that would work, they loved it.
How did it feel to take over the team?
I was excited. I really was. A little nervous because I didn't know this team. I took over the team when we moved to Da Nang. They actually split up Alabama and kind of sent them to different places. And because Deck was going to a different job, and I took over RT Michigan. The 1-0 had been wounded. He was gone. There was a guy, Spec 4, on the team, Eldon Bargewell. Hard dude, good dude, SOG legend, Delta Force Commander forever. I mean, just you name it, special ops wise, he did it. But at that time, he was my assistant team leader. So working with him was good. We got another American in for a while, and it was a mountain yard team, good team. And Eldon and I worked together, really well. So.
What was your first mission as team leader?
The first one, it was one where we were going to try a new insertion technique. There was a company in the 101st that had moved up right up next to the border, Laotian border. So the plan was they were going to insert us into that 101st company. So on one of their resupply missions and where they were bringing in some additional new recruits in there, we were going to put the team on those helicopters, dressed like the 101st, steel pot, all that kind of stuff. We were going to fly in, get off, just like we were new people coming in, and then we would spend the night there in their perimeter, and at first light, we would go down to the stream, big stream that was down there, with the water supply. So we would go down with some 101st guys dressed like them to get water, except when we got down there, we would change into our Superman suit, stuff the 101st stuff in a bag. Those guys would get the water and go back, to the perimeter, and we would move out across the river into the jungle. So we would make that clandestine insertion. First time, and really the only time that I ever had a chance to be within range of artillery. The 101st had set up a fire base out there to support them. So once we got inserted and had a conversation with the company first sergeant coming over and saying, all right, I want you guys to dig in around here. And my interpreter looked at me and said, we know dig. I said, tonight we do. We know dig. I said, look, they're probably going to get hit really hard tonight. Bullets are going to be coming from everywhere. And you guys look like the guys who are shooting at them. You need to be down in a hole or you're going to get shot from inside the perimeter. We did. So, okay. So they dug in. Sure enough, we got pounded that night. The hole saved us. But that was cool. But I had, that evening I had met with the company commander and a fire support officer and a couple of lieutenants, and I kind of laid out for them, this is what we're going to do, and here's what I need. I want artillery targets plotted on these areas right here, these coordinates, and I want them named Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I want to be able to just call up and say from Monday, right 200, down 100, fire for effect. And it was funny, he was company commander and he looked at me like, wow, that sounds, I never heard of that before. That sounds cool. I said, when I need it, I need it. So we went in, crossed over, and we were there was a hatchet force that was across the road on the other side, and we were supposed to make sure no one approached them from the side of the road we were on. So we had the targets plotted out there, and we heard some mortars that first night firing, at the hatchet force. I could tell they were close to one of our targets, so I just called it in, and they dropped, some 105 rounds over there, and that shut the mortars up from that position. So we started doing that, but after about 3 days, the launch commander decided we needed to be resupplied, ammunition and water. And Covey said they were coming, and I said, no, we don't want to resupply. Don't. Well, he needs your grid coordinates so they can hover and drop the supplies down through the canopy. I said, no, I'm not going to tell him where I am. So a few minutes, Covey came back and he said, if you're not going to tell him where you are, he's going to drop them at the last set of coordinates we had on you guys. I said, no. When you do that, they're going to know right where we are. And it's too late. I can see them coming. So sure enough, they dropped all that stuff down. So we ran down and grabbed most of it and hid it, took the water with us, and moved out quickly. But more, they were on us shortly after that. And things didn't go well. Artillery worked pretty good, but there were just too many of them, and now they knew where we were. And we, that's where I got that big insight about if you stop moving, they're going to surround you. We got into those rocks, and I stopped us. I thought we could defend from there. Big mistake. They just circled us, just like a big amoeba, and we were their supper. The only way we could get out was go up. So eventually got the fire suppressed enough they could drop McGuire rigs down for us and pull us out. So I sent Bargewell and the other American and a couple of Indig out on the first aircraft. I stayed there with the other two Indig and, just kind of battled it out so we could fight in place and die. We could try to run and escape someplace and get away, or we could go up those ropes. I decided we'll go up the ropes, but there was nobody to go as fire support from the ground. So, man, they're just shooting away at us as we were going up. I got a couple rounds in the radio, killed my radio. Big chunk of shrapnel went into my survival radio that I was wearing right over my heart. buried itself in there, killed that radio, and both the indigs got wounded as we were going up, and we're flying along 7,000 feet, 100 miles an hour, oscillating back and forth. I could see my rope fraying on the edge of the floor of the helicopter. No radio, no way to call and say, I'm developing a little problem up there. I couldn't tell him that the other guys were wounded, but we made it to a fire support base. And in the book, there's a picture in there of a helicopter coming in to a fire support base, and you can see 3 guys hanging on the end of the ropes down below him. The guy that's the lowest on the rope is me, and the other 2 are hanging right above me. So what had happened is Bargewell and his little group came in first. These guys on the fire support, but they never seen anybody coming from that side of the border or hanging under a helicopter like that. So there was a guy there who had bought a brand new mini Polaroid camera before he came over to Vietnam, and he brought it with him. So he saw Bargewell and his group, come. He ran and got his camera, came back out in time to see me and my 2 guys coming in, and took a picture of it. So they set us down, they got us in the helicopter, and just as they started to lift off the ground, this guy comes running over, holding his arm up in the air with something in it. I reached down and took it as we lifted off, and it was a picture that he took as we were coming in. Have no clue who he was, but he took an actual picture of us live coming in, hanging on those ropes.
Jeez.
So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So still have it, put it in the book. But anyway, we got back, good debriefing. One of the things that I had figured out by then was doing an after-action review is not just to figure out what went well, what didn't go so well, what you might want to change, but it's psychologically, it gives me an opportunity. If I'm upset about something you did, I think you left me hanging out, you didn't have my 6 or whatever, it gives me a chance to bring that up and let's get it settled right here, get it off the chest. It gave me a chance to, I could facilitate what was going on so you guys didn't go duke it out after a while. But we could get that resolved and get your stress level back down, and we could move forward. And then we also did, and these are the post-training things we're going to do based on what we did out there. One of them in this case was, why did we not have those stupid harnesses on to start with? I mean, you could wear a Swiss seat, you could have it on. You could have it, just wear it a little loose if you wanted to. And all you have to do is tighten the knot up, and you could snap onto that joker and go. But to try to put on a Swiss seat when you got bullets coming at you from every direction, then you're flat down on your back trying to get that thing on, and you're trying to, return fire. I mean, that's not easy. Why not put it on beforehand? I mean, just little things like that you can think of. Now, let's go practice that. Let's implement that as a SOP. So we started doing things like that, and it was pretty good until Dick Meadows came in and said, can Bargewell take over the team? I said, sure. No problem. He knows exactly what he's doing. So, anyway.
Where did you go from there?
That's when I did the run on the beach with Dick Meadows the next morning, and did let's review all the people And then he put me on this other super top secret mission to go into the Magia Pass. And actually, John Meyer had also been given that mission, and they canceled it at the last minute. They gave it to me. I told the people in Saigon when I went down for a briefing, I said, this is not going to work. I said, I know you think there's no one up on that ridge that's going to be protecting those convoys going through there. And I said, I guarantee you there are people up there. Why do you think they're not up there? Well, we fly over there all the time and nobody shoots at us. I said, of course they're not going to shoot at you. They don't want you to know they're up there. But when you put a team up there, they're going to walk right into them. So here's my recommendation. Plan a target 1,000 meters away on that ridgeline. Let's hit that target about, with L4s about 2 o'clock in the morning. While that's being hit, let's fly a Huey at about 300 feet, lights out, full blast, coming across this little clearing that's on that ridge. I'll slide out of the helicopter. No reserve, because won't need it, too low. I'll just ease out. I'll be on the ground within a minute or so, pack it up, hide it. I'll move up there to the ridge. They'll never know I'm there. I'm one person. They're not going to find me. And worst case is they do find me. And what do you lose? You lose one crazy SF guy. Not a whole team. Not some helicopters trying to get him out. I can go do that. It'll be a lot more secure and easier to do if you just let me go do it myself. Holy cow. I mean, they just went bananas. I was crazy. There was no way they were going to let me go out by myself. So, but that mission ended up getting canceled anyway.
You volunteered for a singleton mission in Vietnam.
Yeah. I mean, it just looked to me like there were a lot of SOG missions where the mission was to go set on a ridge line or go find the location of a battalion, just go do something. Nothing kinetic about it. Just sneak and peek and find out, get the information, get it back in, get out, that I could just go do. I mean, drop me out there in the middle of the night. Nobody's going to be expecting it. Helicopter comes across that low. Nobody's going to think you're going to parachute in. It just screams across through there. They don't see it. It's dark. They hear it. They just don't know what happened. They know it didn't stop. And, I just carried a survival radio. And I didn't carry the PRC-25, all that garbage. I don't need all that weight. I just need to get in there. I need to send you a signal when I'm ready to come out. And, if things are too hot or too bad around that area, I'll start walking. You can pick me up somewhere else. And if you can't find me, I'm walking toward the border. Might take me a while, but eventually I'll get there. And Meta said, no, you're crazy. I'm not putting you out there by yourself. He said no. Camp commander said no. SOG chief said no. You can't do that. And then fate said, I'm going to activate RT Dynamite. Everybody else has said no, but fate is about to say yes. You are about to be activated, dude. So that's when I did the R&R mission.
Holy shit. Let's go into it.
So, yeah, I mean, I felt like I was convinced I could move quieter, farther, more effectively. And with some missions, it was just me. I didn't need a team with me because I wasn't going out there to make contact or to fight anybody. I was to be silent, hidden, collect the information I needed, and get out. So when I did go out, it wasn't all that silent, but still worked. So.
How many times did you do that?
Only got to do it the one time. But, you know, it ended up, I had to go, there were a bunch of people in trouble, and somebody needed to go get them and lead them out. So I did that.
Can you be a little more descriptive?
I had just come back from a mission, rough mission, and they were going to give me 2 days. Let your team have 2 days, take a break before we give you your next mission. So I decided I was going to leave camp, go downtown for a couple of days. Because if I stayed in camp, somebody was going to find me and give me something to do. I was heading for the gate, heard a helicopter coming. Helicopter landed on our pad, a lot of activity going on around it. And one of the people there fumbling around with the helicopter saw me walking toward the gate. He started yelling. I couldn't understand him, but so I moved closer to him, and he ran over to me, and he said, do you know how to rig McGuire rigs to the floor of a helicopter so that we can use them? We've got an emergency going on. I said, sure. Done that lots of times. I can rig that up. So I ran over. I had my car 15 and a bandolier with me. Set that against the Connex container, jumped in the helicopter, started, making all the appropriate ties and fastening it down, getting them rigged and ready to go. And then the helicopter started to move. Told the crew chief, I said, hey, I'm still on here. And he said, sorry about that. We got to go. We're in trouble. So he said, you just have to go with us. So, okay. I don't know what you're going to do or anything, but yeah, I guess I'll go with you. So I sat back and I just kind of started thinking about what was going on. And I had this one vision just started playing over and over in my mind, and it was that the helicopter in front of us got shot down. When we got there, the only way to get to the helicopter was to go down the McGuire rig, or drop the McGuire rig and go down the rope. But it was like I was looking into a black hole. I couldn't see what was really going on. But anyway, I pulled the crew chief over and said, I had this crazy vision. Helicopter in front of us is shot down, and now we're there. And I think I might have to go down and do something. And he said, you're crazy. I said, yep. And about 10 minutes later, he pulled me over and he said, you're not going to believe this. They just shot down the medevac helicopter in front of us. I said, okay. That's interesting. In my mind, I started thinking, I think RT Dynamite might have just been activated. Because somebody's going to have to go down there. So when we got there, the first helicopter that they shot down, it crashed and burned. Three survivors, the pilot, the co-pilot, and NCO that was on there with them. The medevac got there, dropped a McGuire or a jungle penetrator down. They put the co-pilot and the sergeant on the jungle penetrator. Medevac started pulling it up. It got hit, lost power. It went forward. And the jungle penetrator is just like a big grappling hook that you're setting on. So they were about 100 feet in the air, and it got caught on a big limb, the cable snapped, and it was just like, the medevac had been shot out of a slingshot or something. It just fired it right through the canopy and into a ravine. So when we got there, we circled around. I could see the helicopter was face down into a ravine, and the crew was still in it. You could see the fuel spilling out over them. I could see, 40, 50 NVA coming up the ridge toward that. It was going to take them out, plus any, a tracer, anything, ignite that fuel. They were all going to burn, and they were so banged up and everything, they couldn't get out of the ship. So I told the pilot, circle around, hover, close to that hole, and I was going to drop a McGuire rig and go down there. So I borrowed the crew chief's M16 and stepped out on the skid. We're about 400 feet high in receiving fire, and McGuire rig went down. It was 150 feet long, but it was still up above the canopy that was 150 feet high. But I told the crew chief, get him to lower it some, because I'm going to go down. No, I didn't have any gloves or anything. Turned out to be a brand new nylon rope. And I thought, if I squeeze really hard and I wrap my feet around it, I can slow it down enough. It's not going to burn that much. And about 30 feet down, I realized the flaw in my plan. I couldn't squeeze it that hard. The rope had already turned red. It was just taking everything off both ends. I was bleeding, blood running off my elbows, people shooting at me. I ran on down. When I got to the McGuire rig, I was able to, because it was pretty big, I was able to stop. But, I was 20 or more feet up above the canopy at that point, and he was taking enough fire, he was going to leave. So I knew I needed to go ahead and just drop into the canopy before he carried me off, and I'd be too high to do that. So, I dropped, went into the canopy, and I discovered it's really hard, even in a jungle canopy, to be able to grab a hold of something and hold on to it when you're falling through. So it took me about 100 feet or so, bouncing off limbs and things, before I finally managed to hit with my stomach and kind of wrapped around a big limb. Got my breath. I broke a couple of ribs and things as I was falling through, no meat on my hands. Climbed down. As soon as I got to the ground, 2 NVAs standing there, so terminated them.
How'd you do that?
That technique I was talking to you before, where I'd put 5 silhouettes at, and I'd just go full auto as I went down to the ground, because I still had the M16 that I took from the crew chief. I'd lost one of the magazines, but I put another one in it. He'd given me a bandolier with 5 magazines. So I took those 2 out and then started moving toward the crew that was still trapped in the helicopter. The pilot started shooting at me because he didn't know anybody else was down there, where I was coming from. I could hear that little 38 popping as he was shooting at me. So I'm yelling at him and telling him, hey, I'm the rescue team. And finally he had to reload, and when he reloaded, I charged him. And, once he saw me, he was kind of in shock, because he's looking at me and thinking, you're the one that needs to be rescued. You're all bloody from head to toe and torn up and everything. But anyway, I managed to get all of them out of the aircraft and move them to a safe space. So if it exploded, it wasn't going to get them. So then I had to go. There was a SOG team that the initial helicopter had went out to try to pick some of the members up. So I went to where they were, and I heard I heard an American voice speaking kind of loud. So at that point, I thought, well, they must not be captured. I mean, there's an American talking. And I got a little closer, and I could see the 1-0, the team leader. So I yelled at him, and told him I was coming in, not to shoot. Tell these people not to shoot. And he said, "Come on in." I kept if I back up a minute, I kept telling the pilot of the other crew, I said, "I'm going to get you out. You just need to do what I tell you. I will come back and get you. Don't move from where you are right now." I go up to the team. So I go in, and there's an Air Force lieutenant colonel standing there talking to the team leader, telling the team leader that he's in charge of the operation now. He's the senior man on the ground, and he's in charge. So when I got there and heard him saying that, I said, "You're not in charge. You're on the ground now. I'm the senior ground commander, and I'm in charge." He said, "You're a lieutenant, and you are not in charge." And I said, "You need to look around." Because all of a sudden, all the indige had turned their weapons toward him. They had figured out what was going on. I said, "They are about to make you disappear, and your body's never going to be found. You need to be quiet and do what I tell you." So he quietened down. I went down and got the two guys off the jungle penetrator, brought them up, used the radio, called for help, and told them I needed explosives. So a Marine CH-46 came out, dropped 50-pound blocks of C4 and some fuses and fuse lighters and blasting caps. So I blew several trees down to create a hole in the canopy, got some gunships out, started working the gunships, and eventually I got everybody up the jungle penetrator into the CH-46. I got up, went up last, and we flew away. So
Holy shit.
So that was,
You had a premonition.
yeah. And that was a long day. I get back to camp, and the camp commander is in there with some aviation colonel, and they're upset about something. And I said, "I'm back." And he's an aviation guy. I said, "You didn't get everybody." I said, "I got everybody that was there. You didn't get the crew chief from the CH-34. "What crew chief?" "I got everybody that, the pilot said was his." I said, "You didn't get the crew chief. You got to go back out and get him." The pilot didn't tell me that the crew chief on his helicopter was missing. The Air Force guys didn't tell me. Oh my God. I'm bleeding like a stuck pig, and I said, "You need to go back out and get him. I need to get my hands treated first, and then, I'll go back out there." But we decided to wait and, let me take some of my new team and go out there the next morning and get him. But came a storm that night. It was 2 days before I could go back out there. But I took my new team and went back out, went to the helicopter where the body was supposed to be. And sure enough, with all the rain, you could see his femur sticking up out of the wreckage on the ground. Plus all the flies and the smell and everything. We got him. I was also supposed to blow up the Huey medevac. So I got the rest of the C4 that I had left out there inside the aircraft, packing the C4 in it, and here come the NVA again. So now I'm inside, and bullets are starting to come in because they realized I was in the helicopter doing something. And, it's hitting the C4, but, it's not going to bother the C4. I'm safe until I put the blasting cap in, So got everything ready and decided, okay, this is it. Stick the blasting caps in, set the 2 fuse igniters on, jumped out, and managed to climb up the ridge. I had put the team up on this ridge up above the helicopter. And as I was going up the bank, the NVA assaulted the helicopter. They thought I was still in there. I got up on top. I'm looking down and they're standing next to the helicopter with the time fuse burning. Told my guys to get down. 40 pounds of C4. Boom. Fortunately, it was down in that ridge, so most of the blast went linearly, down the ravine, and then the rest of it went straight up, but it still hurt, the blast. And then the rest of the NVA attacked. We had a big firefight for an hour or so, and finally we managed to withdraw using the gunships and stuff. Then it started pouring rain. We stayed out there another 2 days, and we came back in. And then the aviation guy flipped out because I blew the helicopter up. I said, "You told me to do it. I told you to start. I didn't tell you to blow it up." I said, "Well, it's in a million little pieces along with body parts right now." So, anyway.
Wow.
I know that was a long story, but I did get to go out that one time initially by myself and do some things.
Holy shit.
But when I first told the medevac pilot, I said, he said, "Where's the rest of you men?" And I said, "It's me. I'm your rescue team." "Yeah, but where are your rescue?" I said, "It's just me. Just do what I tell you. I'll get you out of here. We can do this." And they were just really disappointed. This one guy came in here to get us.
Jeez.
So anyway, I could have done, some other missions where I didn't have to fight out there, if I'd gone in alone.
Did you like the fighting?
I mean, it was exciting, but I didn't have a problem with going in and not fighting if I could accomplish the mission. I thought we had missions on a fairly regular basis that came up. You didn't need a team. You just needed somebody that could sneak around out there, gather the information we needed, and come out.
Shit. Work boots that are as comfy as sneakers? I didn't think it was possible either until I found Brunt work boots. They're like I'm walking on a cloud right out of the box, and they deliver the protection and durability you need on the job site. The best-selling Marin and Omen work boots from Brunt check every box. They're lightweight, slip and oil resistant, heat resistant, electrical hazard rated, and so much more. Join over 500,000 other Brunt boot wearers, and Brunt offers a full range of high-performance gear built for tough jobs. From heavy-duty work pants to weather-resistant jackets, Brunt designs reliable workwear to keep you protected in any condition. Brunt didn't just make a durable work boot, they reinvented comfort for the hardest workers out there. For a limited time, our listeners get $10 off at Brunt by using code SRS at checkout. Just head to bruntworkwear.com and use code SRS, and you're all set. Even better, Brunt lets you try all their products on the job. After you purchase, they'll ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. You know what everybody dreads? The inbox. I've gone through thousands and thousands of emails, and I hear you loud and clear. So we're making it official. The Vigilance Elite store is fully stocked. We're dropping new gear more often. Some limited edition, some permanent staples. We've got hats, tees, and even Vigilance Elite tumblers. And yes, before you ask, I'm still booze-free. It's been 3.5 years. Relax. It's just water. If you were one of those emails, consider this your green light. Head over to ShawnRyanShow.com and stock up. If you're like me, health and wellness is extremely important to you. But how do you know who to trust when it comes to the supplement industry? We have all these companies, they pop up every other day, they're all selling snake oil. How do you know who to trust? Well, here's the most important question. Who wants to take the biggest, most massive shit of your entire life? Bubs is a company I've used and trusted for a long time. They make great products, have rigorous quality standards, and they are a long-time supporter of this show. And they have the recipe for the biggest shit of your entire life. I love their collagen peptides. This isn't just any collagen. It is a benchmark of trust and performance. It's crafted with integrity and backed by NSF for sports certification, giving you their assurance of its purity and potency. Bubs Collagen Peptides help support your joints, help enhance recovery, and help revitalize your hair and skin. And yes, it will help you stay regular. Bubs was founded in honor of Navy SEAL Glenn Bub Doherty, and every product supports veterans with 10% of all profits going to help military men and women transition back into civilian life. And now for the recipe for the biggest and best shit of your entire life. Bubs Collagen Peptides mixed with Bubs apple cider vinegar gummies, and you have a recipe for success every day. Bubs Collagen Peptides, Bubs Apple Cider Vinegar Gummies. Ready to upgrade your life? Visit bubsnaturals.com today and use promo code Shawn for 20% off your order. bubsnaturals.com/Shawn. Did the killing bother you?
No, and I think what happened was on the very first mission, I kept saying to myself, it's okay. I mean, this is war. They're bad guys. They're going to kill me if I don't kill them. And it's okay to kill them. It's okay to shoot at them. I've got to remember that. And I kept saying that over and over. I have to do this. It's okay. And when that first one jumped up and shot at me, then, I didn't think about that anymore. I just started, defending and shooting back.
Did the killing ever affect you as time went on?
Yeah.
How so?
Just the fact that you had to do it. And if you're over there at the wall and you're shooting at me, that doesn't bother me. I can, shooting back at you doesn't bother me. If you're standing there and you're not shooting at me, to just take you out without you realizing it, like some of the trackers that I did with the 22, that I had to think more about, particularly afterwards, that I would just do that. There are also some times where I had to take people out really up close. That K-bar that you have over there. I started carrying that, and I found really close quarter stuff. That was quick and easy. It's about as up close and personal as you can get.
How would you do that?
Into the in through the side of the neck. If you go in straight in right there and go out, you'll get the jugular, you'll get the carotid, and it's over. It's over in a minute. I mean, it's unreal how fast you bleed out like that, and you can do that quietly. And I think I mentioned to you before that those are some of the things that I talk to special ops guys about. I won't talk to, law enforcement about that, but with the special ops guys, if you have to do things quietly, you don't have night vision, you don't have all your electronics, there are ways to get right up next to someone, and if you need to do it quietly.
How many times do you think you had to do that?
4 or 5. And just, yeah. And, sometimes it's quiet, sometimes it's not. First time I did it, I was just, fighting for my life, and, I was about to lose, but I needed to.
How were you about to lose?
Because a friend of his showed up. I mean, I'm on the ground with this guy, and his friend showed up and saw us down there and realized that, what was going on, that I was a bad guy, and had his friend. So I had to deal with his friend and then, take care of him. I had to shoot him. But just, there were a few times where I just got caught up in I'm going to take a prisoner. I'm going to get this guy and take him back in, and for whatever reason wasn't able to do it. So.
Shit.
Yeah, I changed to the K-bar, I don't know, about midways, I guess. I tried the SOG knife. For me, it just felt too small. Because I wanted something that if I wanted to cut down a limb for a pole or to do something with, I wanted to have enough weight that I could hack through it, or a piece of cane. But I also wanted something big and strong enough that if I pushed it hard, it was going to go, particularly, when you get around the soft tissue in the neck, and it goes fast. And a K-bar is a big enough blade that when it goes in, it's hard to miss one of the arteries in there. You could get in quickly. But I am a nice guy. But sometimes you have to do things.
Does that stick with you?
Yes. Yeah. There are some things that you can't unsee, you can't undo, you can't get rid of. You can start to deal with it. But so far, it's always been there. And it's not where I like to spend a lot of time.
When we were talking to John about you before the interview, he had mentioned that your only regret was not closing your mouth when you killed people up close.
Well, I think what happened was I became so focused on what I was doing. I mean, it's life or death. It's a fraction of a second here. You got to do something. And I was so focused on doing the termination thing that for some reason my mouth would be open. I don't know if I was talking about their ancestors or what, but if you're using a K-bar, you're up that close, you're gonna get hit with a rush of blood. And then if you got your mouth open, you're gonna get a mouthful of blood. There were at least 2 or 3 occasions where I put a 5 or 6 round burst into somebody's face right up close to them when I'm right there with them, and their head just explode, brain matter, tissue, bone, everything's gonna hit you. You're gonna be covered with it, and the blood. If you got your mouth open, it's going into your mouth too. And I've had that happen on a few occasions because I didn't have my mouth closed. But
shit. There are not a lot of people out there that have that experience.
Most people are probably smarter than me. they didn't get themselves into that situation,
When you're looking at taking somebody out that close and you're thinking about it, I mean, how the hell do you get that fucking close to them? And think about it, exactly what you're going to do.
Yeah, well, the opportunity, presents itself. It's not, in most cases, it's not that that's what I start out to do, unless it's dark and I'm sneaking up on you because I need to take you out without making any noise. Then I'm thinking mostly about how do I get from where I am to where you are without you knowing I'm coming and knowing that I'm there. And what I'm trying to do is get from here over there, and now I'm next to you. You don't know I'm next to you, and you're gonna feel a sting on the side of your neck. You're gonna feel warm blood go out, and everything's gonna fade to black. And your knees are going to start to crumple, and I'll catch you as you're going down so you don't make noise. But it's over very quickly. But I'm spending most of my energy and thought process about how do I get to you. I've got to get over there without you knowing that I'm there if I'm going to do something like that and be quiet and not discovered. So there are things that I'm going to do depending on the terrain. I may do a distraction. I may toss something over in another direction for you to hear, just to redirect your attention for a second while I can get closer to you. Depends on how much I know about what the terrain's like. Is it raining? Has it been raining? I mean, if it's raining, I'm going to be all over you. I don't have to work hard to get close to you. If it's not raining and everything's really quiet, I have to be very careful because I can't see the ground and I'm going to step on something. Twig's going to break or something and you're going to hear it. And one thing is if I've got a pebble, if I've got something that if I do break a twig here, I can launch that little pebble off to the other side of you over there so you hear that louder than you heard this, and now you will turn that way, and that gives me a chance to get closer.
Did you come up with that? You are a fucking master.
Nutcase, right? That's what my friend said.
I'm not gonna argue that.
But it just this is still really going on topic, but how you walk. Typically, we put our heels down first, and then the rest of the foot comes down. What I had read about decades ago was that American Indians slipping up on their prey, whether it was another Indian tribe or animal, whatever, is that they went toe first. if I go this way and I step on a twig, it's like there's a little amplifier there and it's throwing the sound out in that direction. If I step on it and break it with my toe, the sound's coming back this way. So you don't hear it as much. So I used to have my little guys toe down, toe first, toe first. Let's practice that. Toe first. And you'll be quieter. I had a thing that I call invisibility. I used that handshake. If I did that, go invisible. Be invisible right now. Be invisible. Nobody can hear you. Nobody can smell you. Nobody can, know anything about where you are. Change how you walk. And we started changing how we move through the woods. I don't know if you hunt deer or not, but if you watch a deer, he's the hardest to see when he's coming directly at you until he stops. And when he stops, what he screws up with is he starts looking right and left. And when he starts moving his head, you'll see it because the different color in the skin and any movement like that you'll see. Horizontal movement is much easier to see than vertical movement. So instead of the point man walking through the jungle, moving his weapon and twisting his body back and forth so he thinks he's going to be ready to fire, if he encounters somebody, that's just giving him away. Don't move the weapon. Scan your eye. Your eyes are not, you won't see him. The eyes move. Keep your weapon here because you don't know if he's going to be over there or over here. So if you do it like this, now he's actually over there. By the time you can get back around to him, you're dead.
Split the distance.
So teaching them how not only for the point man to do that, move the whole team straight. You start zigzagging, you're easy to see as you're coming. So I started teaching them all kinds of invisibility. No soap, nothing that you can smell for the last 3 days before we go out. I don't want them to smell us when we're out. They'll smell the soap because they're not used to soap. And soap just stands out when you go out there. In fact, I even got to the point where I started making them eat North Vietnamese type food because I told them if we're out there and we're out there 4 or 5 days, eventually you're going to have to poop. And when you poop, I want it to smell like NVA poop. And if they find it, I want them to say, oh, that's one of us. Sweat. My father told me when I was a little kid, one time there was a dog, a strange dog, and the dog was growling at me. And, my father went over and petted him. And I said, it's just a little kid. I said, why is he growling at me and he's not growling at you? And my father said, he knows you're afraid of him. How does he know that? He just does. He knows you're afraid of him, and he's intimidating you. He knows I'm not afraid of him. It took me, a couple of decades to figure out what was going on. All sweat is not the same. You go out and do some exercise, or it's hot in here, and you sweat. Yeah, sweat smells. If you sweat because of fear sweat smells very different. It's much stronger and it smells different. So if you're laying in an ambush site, waiting to ambush me, and when you ambush a SOG team, those jokers are coming after you. You're laying there sweating with fear sweat, I'll smell you. On more than one occasion, I've just stopped the team, they're there. I can smell them laying up there in the woods. I can smell the sweat. Dogs can smell the difference between fear sweat and normal sweat. So it's easy for them to tell that you're afraid of them. So they want you to relax. I want your poop to smell like NBA poop. I don't want any soap or anything like that on you that the NBA can smell. So that's all part of being invisible. Jump up and down. Nothing should make a sound on you when you jump up and down. You should have nothing on you that's bright. All the buckles and metal things on your harness need to be painted black or wrapped in black friction tape so they don't shine. You need to be camouflaged. All the stuff counts. Take pictures of them and say, look, what does this look like? That looks like Ben laying on the ground, because you can see all the buckles on him. Or you can see he's got 2 yellow smokes on him. And the bottom of the yellow smoke is what color? It's yellow. And it's got a kind of a light white band around the thing. You can't have that. It makes you show up. And how you walk, how you approach people, is all part of being invisible, even in the daylight, and ways to do that. You know, maybe giving you more than you want to know, but.
You know, something I didn't say at the beginning is the Vietnam generation is what inspired me to go into the SEAL teams. And hearing you talk, I'm just realizing so many of our TTPs and SOPs and all that kind of stuff came from you guys. It's pretty surreal for me.
I think a lot of it did came, from SOG guys, because of the intensity of the missions and where we were going. If you were going to survive, there were things you had to do, and we learned things. I felt stupid when I realized that some of the people who came after me in 70 started using the earplugs that we use on the range when they'd get on a helicopter. Because you ride on a helicopter, unprotected ears, it'll be 2 hours plus when you get off of that thing before you get your full hearing back. So you do a security stop and you're out there trying to listen and see if you hear anybody moving. You can't hear yet. And I discovered that for me when I saw a headset hanging in the helicopter. We were on our way out. I saw a headset and I asked the crew chief, "Can I use that?" And he said, "Sure." So I got the headset and I put it on and then discovered, I used to watch the door gunners. They're sitting there and we're going out and their heads bouncing up and down. And I thought, wow, it's rough riding on the outside where the door gunners are. I put that headset on and I thought, he's listening to Creedence Clearwater Revival, Their heads moving with the beat of the stupid. The pilots have got the radio station on. I mean, I didn't know that. And then I realized that when I got off the helicopter, I could still hear. But later on, some guys realized just pop the earplugs in before you get on the aircraft. When you get off, pop them out, put them in your pocket, you can hear. So there are a lot of things like that people discovered. Kind of irritated me that I didn't think of something that simple, that obvious. But there are a lot of things you can do.
Did you have any personal pre-mission rituals or anything that you would do before you go out on an op? Some guys pray, some guys write a letter, some guys listen to music, some guys... I used to watch this video of terrorists stripping gear out of the guys from Red Wings. They would video it. They would video stripping our KIA of their rifles, their helmet, their night vision, their IDs, their magazines, everything. I used to watch that before every op. Did you do anything?
Some of mine was mental. And I'll just start with once I got on the aircraft, while we were waiting to take off, I'd always say a prayer. And let me preface this with, I can't carry a tune in a bucket, Singing, you'd think it was a dying calf in a hailstorm or something if I tried to sing. But mentally, I can. So I would always do Amazing Grace. And then, I may mix some other little things in with it as then I transition over to the mission focus. What do I have to do? When the countdown starts, what do I have to do? What am I looking for? What's the plan? Who's going for? Which way are you going? What do I need to do with the team? I'm reviewing the plan. Then I may throw a little more Amazing Grace in there just before we get there. And then it's back to box breathing. So by the time I get out on the skid, I've already been doing it for a while, but doing the box breathing, because that will relax your arteries. It has an impact on your vagus nerve. It calms you down, because I know that when we get there, if we engage right away, all of that stuff's coming at me, and I'm standing out on the skid because I'm getting ready to jump off, and I've got to think about the other things that we're going to do, not those bullets coming at me. With bullets, at least to me, bullets can be a real distractor. Notice, you hear those things cracking by you, it can distract you from what you're supposed to do. And I had to find a way to turn loose of the bullets and see what's going on, see the battle space, know what I needed to change, make sure I was going to tell you guys what the difference was. I was going to give you the signals. And same, on the ground, once you make contact. The disadvantage we had was then you couldn't hear. Car 15 so loud, AK-47s are so loud, and you're so close to each other. And you're there, and I'm trying to tell you go left, and you can't hear what I'm saying. Even this close with all the Car 15s and everything firing, grenades going off, rockets coming at you, and I'm pointing, I'm having to do hand signals and stuff to get people to move. And then once you drop down out of sight, and then I'm trying to remember, you went there, he went there, he went over there, and telling all of my people this: if you get hit, and I'd make them practice, if you get hit, start yelling hit. I need to know someone's hit. I need to know a general direction of where they are. If you're hit, I will come get you, but I need to know the vicinity to look for when I come over there. So start yelling hit. I know you're alive, and I can eventually find where you are, and I will get you. But if you don't yell, I don't know where you went down. I don't know that you've even been hit. So there are things like that, just making them yell, hit, 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 because they could say that close enough that I could understand it and loud. And just practicing those things, it made them more confident that if something happened to them, that I would get them. And they saw it on different occasions where, I snatched somebody up and I made sure we got him on the helicopter. And, the word spreads. Thompson might be a nutcase, but he'll put you on the helicopter. Well, anyway,
How many friends did you lose over there?
I have a list 34.
34.
And I didn't lose, Bargewell over there, but I put him on my list. He passed away a few years ago, 7 years ago.
You know, the reason I'm asking is there's a lot of people that struggle with lost friends in combat.
And that's not how many people were killed. Mm-hmm. That was just the guys I knew. And we were either on the same team together or we knew, like Tilt. Tilt would have been on my list, because I knew him well. Lynn Black would have been on my list. So it's not a list you want to be on, obviously. But there were a lot of other people who were killed. I just didn't know them.
How did you compartmentalize that in the middle of it?
Difficult. Trying to realize that I couldn't do anything about it. They were gone. I could remember them. Could make sure, they wasn't forgotten. I couldn't bring them back. In some cases, I could, contact their family, later. It's just very difficult. And I think at times, in some cases, it probably influenced my thinking of just let me go by myself. And that way I don't have to worry about losing you.
Makes sense.
And in fact, if you read the book, when you get in there, you'll see that, I would keep having that discussion with Meadows where I wanted to go alone. I would use, when he would just deny that, I'd finally come back and say, well, at least I'll just be the only American on the team. I'll take the little guys. I'll be the only American. Don't put another American on the team with me. So he would do that most of the time. And I think some of that was influenced by, I don't want to lose you.
Jeez.
So there's just so many. And John and I've had this conversation recently. It's almost like now, today, it's almost like being back in SOG.
How so?
Every day. There's every day there's a list that comes out on the phone. So we have a lady, Bonnie Cooper, who's worked for the Special Ops Association in various ways, particularly their website, but she monitors SF and particularly SOG people obituaries. And I've told her before, Bonnie, take a break. Try not to let so many people go away like that. I mean, it's like every few days you're seeing somebody's name. Because we're in that age group now. So,
No, I mean, I can relate. With us, it's suicide.
yeah. And, then, it's, I think I can understand why they do it, what's going on. But I've got people I talk to every day. And, what I'm trying to do is prevent that.
Well, I mean, you have a Ph.D. in psychology. I mean, everybody's trying to get to the bottom of this, and I've had so many friends that have killed themselves. I can't even count them all. I quit counting. You know, I think, and you know about the struggles with addictions and booze and opiates and everything, you know, and I think it just takes 1 second,
It does.
you know, and
there's some decisions that you can't take back. I think about it sometimes and share sometimes. You know, when I was standing on the skid of the helicopter, holding on to that rope. Once I stepped off, that decision was made, and there's no changing it. I was on the rope and on my way down. You know, there was no opportunity to say, well, I don't think I want to do this. And that decision to pull the trigger, to do whatever it is that you're going to do, once you make it, and you can make it very fast. I mean, I talked to a guy who had decided, this is it. I'm going to hang myself. And he went in his bedroom and tied a rope up, climbed up on a stool, and was getting ready to put the noose around his neck. And his little daughter walked in. What are you doing, Dad? And, you know, he came back down. If she'd have been a few seconds later, and it's hard to tell sometimes where people are. They can change into that mode and make that decision so quickly.
how do you honor your friends that have been killed or taken their own life?
Well, for 50 years or so, I run in their memory. Well, when I was active doing Ironman, I would, today's swim is for these people, the runs for this, the bikes for that, and still do that on the what I call the angel versary of their death. So on that day, we do the names of all the people, and then I let that person, whoever's angel versary is, I let them lead the run, and and I post it. I put it out on social media so that people remember. And been doing that, and you'll see in the back of the book, and in the book, you'll see every month there's a section in there. Here are the guys of those 34. Here are the ones that died this month. My friends. And even though there are a lot of other people that died, I've got them in there. At the end, well, every day, when I post, I've got the list of the 34. So I post all of them, post the pictures, and then highlight the one that died that day. And some with SOG people, sometimes it's 3 or 4 that died that day. Maybe the whole team got wiped out. And, their parents are gone. I mean, your parents would be over 100 years old, so they're not there, but, they still have, brothers, sisters, wives, whatever, some of them. So I get a message every once in a while, but I also have a group of, Afghan and that whole group of people. I've got about 35 of those. So I interact with their families but I post them on the days that they died. So
I mean, as a SOG operator who's been through this a long time ago and have navigated your way through it up to this point, what advice do you have for my generation who's dealing with this? How do you move past it?
some of it is I tried to put some principles, SOG principles in the book. The moving forward. I mean, in the book, it's related initially to combat, but it's still combat when you're not in combat. Things happen. You got to keep moving forward. You got to do it. And once you stop, all kind of things happen. And moving forward is moving forward mentally as well as physically. And like old guys like John, he's an old guy. We have to kind of watch each other and take care of each other and contact. And I was talking to a teammate of mine earlier this week, and he was telling me he's afraid to call people now. Our SOG guys. He said, I'm afraid to call them. I'm afraid they won't answer. I'm afraid I'm going to get a family member or something, and they're going to tell me, he's gone. But you got to keep checking. You keep moving forward, and keep remembering. In the book, it talks about, people die. People die twice. The first time they die is when their heart stops. The second time they die is when people stop saying their name. So that's why I use the list. I go down that list and say it. Their families, and then particularly, your group. Their families are still alive. Their parents are still around. And, I get emails from them all the time saying, thank you, So, I mean, it's not easy, but applying some of those principles like that, and just, you can't bring them back. You got to keep moving forward. And sometimes you can think about, like Bardwell, for example. Remembering that all of God's angels don't sing in the choir. Some of them are warriors. I figure Bardwell worked himself up pretty high into the warrior group. So, so some of us are going to end up there, I think, and that's good. And at some point, most of us will see each other again, hopefully in the right place. So
I'm with you. If we haven't talked about it yet, what mission in SOG sticks out more than all the rest of them?
For me, a mission I went on. A real contender for that would be the one where I had the woman on the radio. The gunfight went on so long, almost 24 hours, and just one thing after another. I mean, in that mission, after saw the lights coming, the weather had socked us in. Couldn't get air support in. So we had to use something called combat sky spots. An F-4 coming by, and he's gonna drop a bomb just based on the radar saying you're in the right place. And, so working with that, and, the first one he dropped was like 3,000 meters off. But, we worked, so we had to work through all of that. And then, we were in contact, just daylight, and we were in contact, and I saw in the book, I just call it the Grim Reaper coming in. I think the devil showed up and said, "No, I'm coming for you." So some discussion back and forth like that, and got to the point where we were being overrun, and I called a CBU in right on top of our position. I just said, if you guys are going to overrun us, I'm going to take as many of you with us as I can. So I had Covey find a plane that had CBU, and so we're in this little circle this size. A canister of CBUs has like 250 grenades in it, with explosives in it that come raining down. So out of the 250, 15 of them landed either inside this perimeter or just outside. 15 of them. And, explosions everywhere, people screaming, all this kind of stuff. And I saw some of them hit, and I thought, it hit, but I didn't hear it explode. I must be dead. I'm still seeing stuff, but I must be dead. And then I realized, I'm not dead. They didn't go off.
Wow.
So, I obviously got some help from above. You can't have 15 duds all in the same place at the same time.
Holy
and
shit.
Not go off. You just can't do that. I mean, that's not going to happen, without some divine intervention. So, the old image came back again, and he's just shaking his head and walking off into the vegetation. It was like, I thought I would get you, but I didn't. We're trying to fight our way down. We get ambushed, trying to go toward the LZ. We managed to survive that and get through it. We got down to the extraction LZ, and my point man, stopped us. I went up to see why he stopped us, and he looked at me and he said, "Bomb." I said, "What?" "Bomb." And I looked out at the LZ, over on the left side of it, sticking up out of the mud, was a 500-pound bomb, unexploded. That's the one that we didn't hear explode last night when we were trying to adjust them. It went into our landing zone. Now there's a 500-pound bomb sitting there. That's the only place we can get out. The NVA don't know it's there, and we're going to be in a firefight with them. And if somebody hits it, it's going to take all of us out and whatever aircraft are coming in to get us. So we got a real problem here to deal with that. So I got, a hold Covey and had him put the word out. Don't put any ordnance on that side of the LZ when you're trying to help us. And so finally we're bringing the aircraft in. I'm out. I'm having to stand up with a VS-17 panel, bringing the aircraft in, trying to get them to where I wanted. Got down to the last aircraft, and I'm trying to throw the last people up there, and that's where I hear the loud drop. Everything went silent. Then there's booming voice that says drop. I just dropped to my knees, and when I did, a stream of machine gun bullets, RPG bullets, came across and cut a hole that big side of the helicopter. Where I was. So
Another premonition.
I said, yeah, I'm getting a lot of help to try to get me out of this. And so finally got through the last guy up on the helicopter, and off we went. Thought, man, that was a long mission.
As a team leader, when you're calling air power in on yourself to take you and as many of them as you possibly can, is that a team decision or is that a personal decision?
In my case, I told Bruce, who was acting as my assistant, I told him and the other American, this is what I'm doing, because, they're coming across us. We got a few seconds to make a decision, get down, get all the team members down, because it's coming. And I told Cubby, have them make one pass, put the CBU on top of us. If I don't come right back up on the radio, then have him make the second pass. But listen for me, because if I come back up saying, I'm still here, then don't let him put another one on us. So we didn't have to use the second one.
Did you support Hamburger Hill?
No.
No.
No. I'm thinking support in another way. Yes, there was an NBA division that was being moved around that they were going to bring up there and just crush the 101st. And I was assigned a mission to go find them and stop them. So I figure with 6 people, how hard can it be to find 10,000 people in a group? So surely I can find them. But they didn't cooperate well. That's when they shot the helicopter down I was in, broke my back, some ribs. And one of my guys got, in my helicopter, shot through the thigh. I got them and finally got them into a bomb crater and spent most of the day there fighting and putting in airstrikes, and eventually got out, and they said, you got to go back tomorrow morning. We don't have the division, what's left of the division, which we figure was down to about 7,000. We don't have them pinpointed enough for the B-52 strike. We need you to go back in and get some more data. They put pistol belts around me with a piece of wood behind it, a little pad. I didn't carry my rucksack because I couldn't lift any weight like that, and went back out there. But I got the coordinates, gave it to the B-52s. That evening they came in and wiped the rest of them out. And they dropped 660 500-pound bombs in that little rectangle I gave them. And we mentioned my grandson-in-law at lunch. His mother's father flew B-52s in Vietnam. Interesting guy to talk to. And at one point, we thought we had pinpointed the date that he might have actually flown that mission that came in and took these guys out, but he was flying a different mission. But that would have been cool.
Wow. What was the final op?
The final one there, it came right after, shortly after that, that one we were talking about. Then there was a little one. We went and knocked out a underwater bridge. You couldn't figure out how they kept getting the trucks on down the trail. They were going off the trail under the canopy, and they had built a bridge that was just below the water, so you couldn't see it. And they were driving across it and coming back on the road. You know, and they still work on this bridge that you could see, but we keep bombing that. But somehow they were still getting across, so we went out. We took that out, dropped the bridge, another on a different mission right in there. I had, you know, the one where we were going to drop the big bridge, I had to crawl on my hands and knees across an open field to get to where I could really see the supports and things on the bridge. There was a bush out in the center of the field, about that high. So if I peeked my head up a little bit in the grass, I could see the bush. So I used that to navigate, crawled under it, went about 10 meters, and then caught on fire. That bush was covered with big fire ants, and they got all of them. I had to strip out there in the middle of the field, you know, thinking how many NVA are on that bridge, are going to go across that bridge when I'm laying out here almost naked, you know, and my team, they don't know what's going on. They're back there in the edge of the wood line thinking, what is he doing? He's taking his clothes off out there in the middle of the field. Oh, I mean, I almost died from that.
Okay.
I mean, because we didn't carry antihistamine with us. I was so loaded with all their venom. Man. Yeah, there was 2 or 3 short ones like that toward the end, and then, you know, the commander plucked me out and
They plucked you out.
pulled me off the team and said, I'm going to move you into operations here for a while. So,
Did you want to do that?
no. And I didn't want to work for him either. So because my plan was to extend for 6 months. But after working for him for a while, I decided, no, I'm not going to do that. I'll go ahead, rotate back to the States, you know, give him 6 months or so to go away, and then I'll come back and have a new commander, polish my skills up for 6 or 8 months, and then come back and be better. So, but then I didn't get a chance to come back either. So.
Did you get addicted to the adrenaline,
Oh yeah.
the killing,
Oh yeah.
the combat?
Yes.
How did you
And
feel
that's
that?
that's a real issue, because that happens to special ops guys. You get so addicted to their adrenaline. Finding something else that'll give you the adrenaline rush that's maybe not quite as dangerous. In my case, one of the things was, free fall, halo. Particularly if you can burn it on down a little closer than what you're supposed to do. And I was in a situation where, I put the Halo team together. I was the leader of the Halo team. And, I could do just about anything I wanted to. So I could look at the terrain and see this little tiny opening on a ridge line there in the mountains and say, I wonder if I could hit that at 2 o'clock in the morning and land right in that little opening, put Ranger students out there on their back, holding the flashlight up with a red filter on it in the shape of a T or whatever letter I wanted, and see if I can get in there. So I was doing, a lot of different things like that would give you a rush. And that I was also very fortunate that, when I came back from SOG, I went to the Rangers, and everybody had to have combat experience to be there as one of the instructors. So, I had 40 guys there that we were all talking with each other and helping each other. And everybody kind of understood about combat. They didn't know I'd been with SOG, but still, people were shooting at them too. So, we had a support group there, and we were doing things that could give you an adrenaline rush. So that helped.
Well, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about what it was like coming home.
Okay.
I know everybody out there has to be just as frustrated as I am when it comes to the BS and the rhetoric that the mainstream media continuously tries to force feed us. And I also know how frustrating it can be to try to find some type of a reliable news source. It's getting really hard to find the truth and what's going on in the country and in the world. And so one thing we've done here at Shawn Ryan Show is we are developing our newsletter. And the first contributor to the newsletter that we have is a woman, former CIA targeter. Some of you may know her as Sarah Adams, call sign Superbad. She's made 2 different appearances here on the Shawn Ryan Show. And some of the stuff that she has uncovered and broke on this show is just absolutely mind-blowing. And so I've asked her if she would contribute to the newsletter and give us a weekly intelligence brief. So it's going to be all things terrorists, how terrorists are coming up through the southern border, how they're entering the country, how they're traveling, what these different terrorist organizations throughout the world are up to. And here's the best part, the newsletter is actually free. We're not going to spam you. It's about 1 newsletter a week, maybe 2 if we release 2 shows. The only other thing that's going to be in there besides the intel brief is if we have a new product or something like that. But like I said, it's a free CIA intelligence brief. Sign up. Links in the description or in the comments. We'll see you in the newsletter. All right, Dick, we're back from the break, and, I'd like to document what it was like for you, not in the military, but what was it like for you coming home from Vietnam? Seeing how Americans were acting towards veterans, and I want to cover this.
I was not happy. It started as I was coming through the airport and seeing that people in general were not reacting favorably toward, the soldiers coming home. I think in my case, just coming through the airport, I had my beret on. So that was kind of like a force factor that was just, people were getting out of the way. They just let me through. They didn't want to get close to me. And the ones that yell something were always, at a distance. But it was there. And like I mentioned earlier, I think I had friends that had been friends at one point, but kind of went away because of the war, and some of them never came back in terms of coming back and being a friend. I mean, they just once they separated from me, they just stayed that way, because I stayed in the military. So I was disappointed with that. I think staying in the military helped me.
It did.
Because I was around, obviously, people who believed in being in the military. Military went through a lot of changes, going forward. Because once you stop the draft, then getting people in, it really changed the people who were coming in. But the general attitude, it's still out there. When I got out of the military and started the consulting company, I didn't tell people I'd been in the military. Clients, I never mentioned the military.
Really? What the hell did they think you were doing for the last 20 years?
Being a consultant, going to school, doing whatever. But, the military just had a bad name. And if I mentioned I'd been in the military, it's interesting. One of a client that I had for years started out with, they flew me out to meet with the executive team. So before they hired me, so I'm talking to them, and the CEO looked up at me and he said, "What are you going to tell me about how to be a CEO and run this? What do you know?" And he knew that I had been in the Army because he had hired somebody that knew me that had been in the Army. And he said, all you know how to do is tell people what to do, to yell at them, and, I don't know how you're going to help me out at all. And I said, well, you have people in the organization. And when you have people in the organization, there are certain difficulties and problems that will come up just because you have people. Doesn't matter who the people are or what they are. And I know how to help with those types of problems. And it's not yelling at people. It's not doing anything like that, not being a dictator. That's not my philosophy. I don't believe that that's the way to be a leader. And, I'm going to be working with you to see what's going on and help you find solutions that will work with your people. So we talked like that a little bit, and he's met with his team for about 20 minutes and called me back in and said, "Okay, let's get started." And I worked for him for years until somebody else bought the company. So, but I just didn't tell people. But once 9/11 happened, yeah, tell people you're in the military, that's a good thing. Oh, yeah, appreciate your service. It's just
You didn't get that all the
dramatic
way until after 9/11.
I'm sorry?
You didn't experience that until
there
after
were
9/11.
people who I knew or had known or grown up around, older people who would say, thank you for your service and things like that. But people who hadn't known me before, find out I was in the military, it wasn't necessarily, congratulations or thank you or anything for a long time. It just we had a bad reputation because of Vietnam, but then because of going to the all volunteer Army, that was a disaster. Do you want to go to jail or you want to join the Army? Oh, I'll join the Army. I can put you in jail with drug use, or you can join the Army. I'll go in the Army. And, it was just different. But 9/11, all of a sudden,
It
maybe
became
we were
a
okay.
punishment instead of an act of service.
Yeah. And everybody wasn't like that, but a lot of the people I ran into were. And, I would, you may have already asked John about that, but I would just see what most vets say, the Vietnam vets say. When did it change? And there are Vietnam vets out there right now that are still angry, very angry. And if you try to tell them, thank you for your service, it'll bite your head off. Because they're so angry about, why didn't you tell me that 50 years ago? But, it's worked out, for me, I think. I've been very fortunate, so.
Do you carry any animosity from that?
I hate that it happened. I think we screwed up Vietnam royally. I think there are a lot of things we could have done to make it better. I don't think we, as soldiers, I don't think we went over and did the kinds of things that most people thought we were doing. I don't think we were running around killing women and babies and doing things like that. I'm sure some got, killed. It's war. And, shrapnel and bombs and bullets, they don't care. If somebody gets in the way of it, is going to hit them. And it's hard to have a war and not have someone, killed or wounded.
That's innocent.
Yeah.
What prompted you to get your Ph.D. in psychology?
Psychology came about because as I watched what was happening on the battlefield and trying to understand, like with my indigenous team leaders, they'd been going out on SOG missions, for 2 years or so. And now they're going out with me for a year. And when I leave, they're going to go out with the next team leader for a year. Why would they do that? Some of these guys were 50% scar tissue. Why would they keep going out and getting shot up or killed on a regular? We paid them, but it wasn't enough money to make it, worth getting killed for or mangled like a lot of them did. And then why would the Americans go out, the operators? Why would they go out and do this? Why not go to a regular unit, or why not come to SOG and go to a staff job and not go across the fence?
The addiction.
It was dangerous to do that. Yeah, once you got out there and survived it a time or two, you could start to get addicted to it. And, there are cases that I talk about in the book where I could see they were addicted to it.
How could you tell?
Well, my roommates, we were, for the most part, put in rooms with, 2 people to a room in the recon company. And my roommate came back from a mission, and he told me that, they thought they were going to get me this time. They thought I outsmarted those guys, and, so they're not as good as they think they are. I said, Dennis, they are good, And if they almost got you, you need to be careful. You need to think about it. And then he came back to me a couple of missions. Well, before he came back a couple of missions later, I woke up, in the middle of the night because I could feel somebody looking at me. And I woke up, and Dennis is standing right there, lights out, looking down at me. My Car 15 hanging on the wall right next to me. I grabbed that, and I was ready to shoot him. and I realized it was him. Dennis, what are you doing? Said, nothing. I was just thinking. And he wouldn't talk about it. He got back to bed, went to bed. And then he wanted to talk because he was getting ready to go on another mission. And he said, I don't have a good feeling about this one. And I said, I thought you felt like you were doing pretty well. He said, there's something about this one. I don't know what it is. I can't shake it. I just feel like I'm not coming back from this one. And we chatted about that feeling, and I told him, just my thought, talking to you. It's not over till it's over. And I don't know where that's coming from. I'm just telling you, if I were you, first of all, I wouldn't go on the mission. I would go turn it down. I know you're not going to do that, but that's what you should do. But if you go, just keep in mind it's not over until it's over. Be very careful. Very careful. Not realizing that his assistant team leader was talking, to my buddy, the same thing. Saying, I think the captain is really good. He's a really good operator and team leader. But I'm scared. There's something about this mission. I'm scared. And so we were having these two separate conversations, and Bruce didn't know that I was talking to Dennis. I didn't know he was talking to the other guy. And they went out and they came back to finish the mission. Supposedly got back to the extraction LZ undetected. They were waiting on the helicopters to come get them. And all of a sudden, you heard that call on the radio, prairie fire emergency, prairie fire emergency. We're overrun. And then it goes off. Cubby can't make contact with them. You just radio silence on their part. So we realized we're going to have to send a bright light team out there. And this was one where I was already at the launch site. So they changed my mission to bright light to go out there. But about 30 minutes after the message that we heard that was where they were overrun, then on the emergency radio, on the guard frequency, there was a voice that came on and saying, God help me, please, somebody help me. An American voice on the guard frequency. The cubby that was out there didn't know these two guys personally, so he couldn't tell if that was one of their voices or somebody else. He couldn't tell which one of them it might have been on the radio. But sent a team out. They recovered 2 survivors of the indigenous. They got them back in, and I was on standby to go back out there to try to find Dennis and the 1-1. And listening to these 2 guys tell what happened and what they did after it happened. Bruce was there with me, and we were talking. Something's not right. Something just doesn't sound right the way they're telling it. So when we did go in, it didn't take long, and I told Bruce. I mean, we were in contact, continuous contact. Had to fight our way in, continuous contact the whole, the time we were there. Didn't get back out until the next day, but continuous contact. And I told Bruce, I said, nothing where we are looks like what they described. I mean, this is just not the place where it happened. I think they were wounded, they were scared, and how far they ran, which way they ran, was just not correct. Not that they were intentionally, doing it, but I think they were so stressed out, they didn't know where they had started from and how far they went. I said, I think we're, 2,000 meters probably away from where it actually happened. But we were in such heavy contact. We were in the middle of a bunker complex. We couldn't really stop and do anything about it, then. Never found them. So they were eventually declared, presumed dead, and so the families could get some closure.
Have you ever gone back to Vietnam?
No. I've been invited a few times by people. I probably, Bardwell went back. I probably should have went when he went. He actually went back and he found the interpreter that we had on the team that we were on together. Actually tracked him down and found him. Terrible story. I mean, the guy's just living in poverty. His family's in poverty. The NVA put him in, re-education camp. All those guys, they killed them, put them in re-education camps for years, took everything they had. Like a lot of the stuff in Afghanistan.
Sounds almost identical.
Yeah, if you're supporting the Americans and the Americans pull out and leave you, it's not going to be a good thing for you. I mean, yeah, Afghanistan was just a repeat of what we've already done. We did the same thing, in Vietnam. So.
What did you learn in your studies for psychology? When it comes to war.
Well, I think it helped me to have a framework for looking at how people respond in combat, how they can get addicted to different things, get addicted to the adrenaline rush. Those kinds of things that helped me to understand, I think, the impact of fatigue, sleep loss, getting wounded, stress, the different changes. It's interesting. We take soldiers and we train them and we train them and we train them on the range. Here's what the sight picture's got to look like. Here's how you do all this stuff. Front sight focus, on and on and on. And then we put you out there and have those targets start shooting back at you. Stress level skyrockets. And now you discover you can't see the sights. Your vision changes. You don't have up close vision anymore. Everything is blurry. Within the range of your weapon sights, everything's blurry. You can't get that sight picture when your stress skyrockets. So now you're trying to hit something and don't realize that you can't focus, like you've been trained. So there are a lot of things like that I had the framework to go back and look at, think about, and then go test out, see what works and what doesn't. And so that's one side of it. The other side is, how do you help people start moving forward again? What is it? What is it that you can do for them? And everybody's a little different. And you have to understand that they're starting at different places. They're a little different. Your approach needs to be different. And I found that, when I'm talking to vets who are struggling, particularly if it's combat related, that one thing that they seem to be looking for is, I want someone that I can talk to who understands what I'm saying. I don't care how much book knowledge you have. I don't care how many books you've read or stories you've heard. You just don't know what it's like. And you can't understand me. And I tell you, and you say, yeah, I'm gonna, that's the way war is. And I said, you're not hearing me. Yeah, and John and I were having a discussion a number of years back. And I said, one of the things that's different about you and I and the rest of most of the other world out there is when you and I read one of these SOG books and we're reading about the gunfight that's going on, it's not nice and quiet like it is here, and we're just reading the words and hearing it, seeing what's going on. We hear it. That we see that F4 coming. It's silent. It's not making a sound until it passes us. And once it goes past us and that sonic boom hits us and that bomb comes in or the napalm comes in and the heat and the smell and everything it's so loud right now. We can't read that book and not hear it. Other people can read it. Nah, they don't hear that stuff. They don't smell the napalm. People who have been there do. And when they're talking to somebody who hasn't been there, they realize it. And I was telling, I did a podcast with Mike Glover. And a few minutes into it, I realized he knows what I'm saying. He's been there, he's done it, and we're communicating. We're on the same wavelength here as we talk about what's going on. It's like you and I. You've done it, you've seen it, and we can talk about it, and we're connecting while we're doing it. But if you're some doctor in a VA hospital somewhere or therapist, and you haven't experienced it, it's hard to connect. Because the vet realizes it right away. It doesn't take him or her but a few minutes to realize you got some book knowledge, but you don't know what I'm talking about. You can't really empathize with me. Mm-hmm. You can sympathize, but you can't empathize. Anyway.
Did you feel a lot of resentment towards regular everyday Americans that had not served, who were calling you baby killer, woman killer, whatever?
I didn't and don't resent that they haven't served. I'm okay with that. It's serving. I don't think it's necessarily good for everyone. I don't resent that. If they haven't served and they want to call me a baby killer, then, I'm not happy with that. If he wasn't there, don't tell me what I did.
I think a lot of vets in different generations feel that type of resentment. What advice do you have for them?
That there are different generations, and accept that we're not going to send everybody. Everyone is not going off to serve. That's not the way we're set up. And even if we were, I think because of the different generations that we have, and the outlook and philosophy of the different generations, it would be difficult. When we were doing the all-volunteer Army and we were just dragging people in right and left and putting them in the Army, whether they wanted to be there or not, it created so many problems. To go in the service and do what needs to be done, and I'm not talking about war, just to serve, to be a good, soldier or SEAL or whatever, it takes the right attitude. You've got to want to do it. You have to believe in it, at least to some degree. And I think it's good that we have a program where you can get out. You go sign up. I mean, you don't have to stay 20 years. You can get out before then. And I think that's good. A lot of people, I had a basic training company one time. And I had a guy that just, at first he said he really wanted to be in the Army. And then he just kept getting into trouble. And he'd go talk to the chaplains. And the chaplains would call me up and say, George, not his name, but George is a good soldier. You gotta give him a chance. I mean, he's a good soldier. And we had several conversations about George, and I was just misunderstanding him. He was a good guy. And then I got a call from the chaplain saying, "Is George there? You know where George is?" I said, "I'm sure he's here in the company area somewhere. Why?" It's that lowlife stole my boombox while he was up here talking to me yesterday. And he, oh man, he flipped an arm. So anyway, went to the barracks, and sure enough, there was a chaplain's boombox, and took it back to him. And then finally, I decided to go ahead and process the paperwork to let him go, get him out of the Army. So the day of the company graduating, he was still in, but he wasn't going to be able to graduate. And he came to me and he said, I know you're going to have a graduation ceremony this morning, and I'm not going to be there. But I stayed up most of the night last night, and I wrote a poem. And, I'd be honored if you would read this poem at graduation today. I said, let me see it. And I said, this is the poem you wrote last night. Yes, sir. Okay, so it's the title is I Am the Infantry. I said, yes, sir. He's standing here. I'm looking on the wall right behind him. And I'm not reading what he wrote. I'm just reading off the picture that's hanging on the wall back there with this poem on it. I am the infantry. Yes, sir, I wrote that. I'm the queen of battle. Follow me. Word for word off of that. He copied on this piece of paper, and he gave it to me. Told me he wrote it, and he wanted me to read it. Some people don't need to be in the service. Even if they want to, some of them don't need to be. So, I don't know. I've looked at Korean Army. Mandatory 2 years. When you hit a certain age, you've got to go into the Army for 2 years. When I was in Korea, I had 32 Katusas, 32 Koreans who, for whatever reason, they were able to get to serve their 2-year obligation in the U.S. Army. As long as they did well, they could do their 2 years with the U.S. Army and then move on. Because the ROC Army is hard, and they're hard on the young guys. So I had 32 of them. And all I had to do was mention, I think you're going to have to go back over to the Rock Army. What do you want me to do? I'd do anything. In fact, I actually sent one back. They came, got him, yelling, screaming, drug him into the Jeep, and he was yelling out the back, I'll do anything. I'll do anything. Just don't send me back. So they do it 2 years. The North Korean Army, I think, is 7 years. So it might be that we have some kind of service program, whether it be military or something else that people do. I don't know. Everybody's just not cut out for it, I think. But
How did you meet your wife?
I was stationed at Dahlonega, Georgia, in the Ranger camp up there, now called the 5th Ranger Battalion, as an instructor. And a friend of mine had set up a date with my wife's roommate, but she's told my friend that she wouldn't date him unless it was a double date. So he needed to get someone to, go out with her. So it would have been a blind date. So he got one of our other friends that was said he would go, but something came up, and the last minute he wasn't going to be able to go. So my friend came to me and said, would you fill in for him? I really want to, take this girl out, and she won't go unless I have somebody for her roommate. So I volunteered to go, and we got it approved that, it was going to be a different person. It was going to be me showing up. But when I got out of the car to go in with my friend to pick him up, somebody on her hall looked out the window, saw me coming across the parking lot, and I was on crutches. I had a really bad landing and screwed my knee up on parachute jump. And somebody on the hall yelled that he's got a wooden leg, and word spread fast that, I had a wooden leg. And she wasn't going to go, but convinced her that I didn't have a wooden leg. I had a real leg. So we went out. We had really good time, except for she did have to sit on parachutes that we had in the back of my friend's car. That the trunk was full, and we had a bunch of other parachutes there. If you got a bunch of parachutes, and you got a helicopter that you can use for a short period of time, you don't want to have to stop and repack. You have several parachutes. You go jump. You hit the ground. You put on a new one. You go jump. But anyway. So we kind of hit it off from there. And once I didn't go back to Vietnam, then we decided to get married, and 51 years we're still here. So.
Congratulations. What's the secret to a successful marriage?
She's always right. and I would do well to remember that whether I think so at the time or not, that she's going to end up being right. I mean, because she really is right. So I need to listen more, and yeah, and she went to graduated from college at North Georgia Military College, so she understood about the military, and the Ranger camp was right there. She knew about Rangers, and I just one quick thing, her family, for the most part, there was one section of road and land around it that her grandparents, I guess, had owned at one time, and started giving it to her kids. So most of the family lived in that one spot. And I told her when I went over there to pick her up, I said, one hand grenade, take out most of your family. They're all right here together. But anyway, they would have this big Christmas party family would all come in and get together every, few days before Christmas. And so this year I got invited. We're not married yet, but I got invited to it. And I mean, the house is full, but like that time, most of the men are gathered in one room, and so I went in to kind of meet them, and one of her uncles said, "Grenade says you're a ranger." No, but before he asked me a question about invasive species. He said, the pine needles are just killing the pine trees out here. What do you think about that? I said, that's not good, having, an invasive species like that. And a little bit later, he asked me another question about trees. And I said, when do you keep asking me questions about trees? He said, well, Grenade said you were a ranger. I said, I am a ranger. I'm an Army Ranger. You could have heard a pin drop in the whole room. You're in the Army. You're an Army Ranger. They did not have a good reputation in that area, and it was like, holy cow. She's dating an Army Ranger. And then somebody in there I didn't get to see exactly which one it was. And how many people you kill? And it was just silence. But then they decided, they would let me in the family. But, I thought, why am I getting all those questions about trees? I don't.
Oh, man. What are you doing to keep busy today?
Today, I'm really enjoying spending time with you. This has been great from start to finish. Very impressed with what you've done, what you're doing, with your new facility that you've got set up, having the opportunity to come up and spend some time to get to know you better. This has been awesome. So,
well, Dick, it's been a real honor to interview you, and I would love to get you and John out there here pretty soon, and we'll have a range day, break that new SIG in, tell some stories,
hey,
have a fire.
I'm all for it.
Me too. But, man, I'll tell you, I couldn't think of a better person to close this studio down with than having you here. And it just means the world to me. And thank you for being here.
Well, I appreciate it. It's a great honor to be able to come in and do this and be the last person. But even if I wasn't the last person, just to get to come in and spend the day with you and chat about all these different things and, meet you. So, and be able to put you on a friend list and say, I know this guy. So I really appreciate that. And there was some discussion this morning when we ate breakfast. So, John, I tell you, I got your back. I'm here. You need me, you call me. And I appreciate it. Appreciate everything you've done.
Well, I extend that same to you. Thank you so much. Seriously.
Thank you.
It's been an honor.
Good night.
God bless.
Nice.
No matter where you're watching Shawn Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this, please like, comment, subscribe, and most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, please leave us a review on Apple and Spotify podcasts.